Game 4 tonight. Sabres, Canadiens in the belly of the beast in Montreal. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock right here on WGR. Pregame will be at 6. We'll be awaiting the latest from morning skate and head coach Lindy Ruff's appearance with Jeremy White coming up at 8 o'clock this morning. Paul Hamilton will also join the show at 7. Looking around the NHL playoffs, Colorado defeated the Wild 5-2 last night. The series is now 3-1 in Colorado's favor. And yesterday, we got some schedule news for the Bills last night, as their home opener will take place in Week 2, hosting the Lions on Thursday Night Football on September 17th. So that'll be the first game in Highmark Stadium, the new Highmark Stadium, that is. And the Buffalo Bills, they also signed former Chiefs linebacker Mike Dana to a one-year deal. For more on his signing, we have a piece up at our website, WGR550.com. Looking around the NFL, ESPN's Brooke Pryor said reports of the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers meeting over the weekend do, quote, not appear to have come to fruition. The Cowboys will host the Eagles in their annual Thanksgiving afternoon game this season. The Chargers, they signed tight end David Njoku, formerly of the Browns, to a one-year deal worth up to about $8 million. And the Steelers, they signed kicker Chris Boswell to a 4-year, $28 million extension. Catch every take, every reaction, and every big Buffalo sports moment live now on YouTube with Jeremy and Joe in the morning and Show Up in the Bulldog every afternoon. Watch your favorite WGR hosts anytime, anywhere, live on air, live on YouTube. Brought to you by Belknap Heating and Cooling. For more comfort and less ka-ching, give Belknap a ring. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR. All right, good morning. It's not Jeremy and Joe. It's Joe Cali and Owen Parker in for Jeremy and Joe to start things off here. Jeremy will be jumping on around 7:30, but good morning. It's Game 4. How are we feeling?
Oh, I don't know. Have we gotten it all out yesterday? I think we all needed a real dark, heavy day yesterday to kind of purge all the negative feelings out of our bodies. I'm feeling a little better today. I think the studio, the company should be concerned we're going to burn this place down. It's just me and you in here today for the first couple hours here, and it's a scary proposition.
It is
for our bosses. I think
for the company's sake, you might not want to turn on the radio or the stream just to see what's going on in here. But yeah, I got to come in and I guess punch the dummy, if you want to say a little bit more, on the nightcap last night, and I got the rest of my aggravation out, I would say.
Yes, and I got a shift in with Marty and Duffer on Sabres Live yesterday.
Yes.
So we both, we got to external ways to vent our frustration about the terrible games 2 and 3 the Sabres have played, and hopefully get in a little better of a mood for tonight's Game 4, which should be a lot better. Hopefully. We
thought that about Game 3, too, if you remember correctly. We were like, they should bounce back here.
I do think we are due for what this series has been sort of propped up to be, which is the best hockey of the second round.
Exactly.
And we have gotten none of that so far.
We've gotten blowowers in every game. It's just gone the opposite direction.
Exactly. We've had Montreal had a stinker in Game 1, and then Buffalo had their back-to-back poor showings, I'll say, in Games 2 and 3. So I think we're due for, a pretty hot and heavy matchup tonight. It should be a lot of fun. So
I'm hoping
if you've got any thoughts out there, please feel free to give us a ring, 716-803-0550. We are happy to take calls and talk about it all with you out there today. It's gonna be a good time.
Yeah, I mean we're the start to a 12-hour pregame. Yeah, 12-hour pregame, right?
Yes.
Or maybe 13 if we really. This is hour 13 of a pregame.
Yes.
Counting down, of course, because it's going to be all Sabres all day. We are going to sprinkle in. We got a little bit of Bills news yesterday.
We did get a little bit of Bills stuff yesterday.
A couple things, yeah. So we'll sprinkle that in throughout our time here this morning. But yeah, as Owen said, open for you, 803-0550. How are you feeling? I've got my Jeff Skinner jersey on today, right?
Good.
You might be wondering why.
Boost the vibes.
It was the 6-1 victory, what was on, and the clincher for the last series. So got to bring it back. It's undefeated, and hopefully it brings a vibe tonight. I know we talk with Jeremy all the time about, the Tolinder jersey for him and all that.
Yeah.
So we don't know what. We'll have to get his thoughts later on what's going on over there. You got any superstitions? Anything you've developed from this series? Any lucky coat or something like that?
No,
You're wearing up in the box?
I have gotten to a place in my life where I've pretty well moved away from the superstitious sort of freakazoid activity that took my life over when I was a goaltender playing hockey. I think you get in that place and it's so important to you, and you get in such a weird headspace where like every little thing you do has to be perfect and match and whatever. And I stopped playing, and I think I've been able to sort of carve that piece of myself out. So I don't have any of that. I wear a different thing on every game. Whatever.
You're not repeating.
I'm going to sit down and watch the game, and whatever happens in the game is going to happen in the game.
Gotcha.
I have no bearing on it, is where I've gotten to, which is great. It feels awesome to not feel some sort of crashing pressure to wear a different shirt on a game day versus a not. So I don't know. Anyway, I love hearing other people's, though. I still find them to be really sort of fun and interesting, and I find funny at times. So I'm always interested to hear other people's game day superstitions. Like, do you have a shirt you like?
Yeah.
Whatever. So I am always intrigued by them. I have nothing against it, but I am enjoying being free of that sort of shackle of superstition.
I'm not superstitious. I'm just a little stitious, I would say. Like, this has been the most I've been into it, like, just because it's the Sabres playoffs. It's been 14 years.
Course.
We can't mess things up, but I don't know. Let us know your superstitions, 803-0550. Also, the bullpen will be interacting with plenty. But
yeah, they're already fired up to be seeing us taking over here.
Yeah.
It's got Joe and oh yeah. The bullpen's going to have a day in there. I've got to keep an eye out on them.
Yeah.
They think I can't see him in the YouTube chat still. I see you guys, Kelvin, Jay Budd, all you typical, offenders in the bullpen. I'm keeping an eye on you guys.
If you're not in the YouTube chat, by the way, it's a great place to be.
Yeah, check it out. WGR 550 YouTube channel. We're doing good things over there. It's a good time.
Mm-hmm. So, the shameless plugs now over with.
Yes.
The game. I have a really strong urge for Sabres money line tonight. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not as confident as I was in the Boston series when I know we were doing that here and there. Like, I feel good about them tonight. Let's just do a little bit there.
Right.
But I feel like the vibe needs to be enhanced somehow going in. And it's a tough look for me, just what games 2 and 3 were. Game 3 was actually better than game 2. It was just a cascading feeling of frustration from game 2 to game 3. I think that made the whole weekend bad.
Jeremy said that yesterday, and you're saying that now. I felt like game 3 was such a nightmare.
Really? That was worse for you?
I hated game 3. I hated it. Game 2 to me felt like they just didn't quite have it. Game 3 was like, what is happening?
Mm-hmm.
And you're right. It's probably a cumulative, like, where has the team that I've been watching for the last however many months gone?
Felt like you're watching the drought team again.
Right. It's the second game in a row, so maybe that just made it feel worse. But there was something about Sunday night that was just like, man, I just yelling at the TV. Like, what are we doing here? This is terrible. So I don't disagree that they were both bad games. It's funny that you guys, both of you, felt game 2 was worse than 3. I felt the opposite, and I'd be curious how that poll would go. I want to know.
It might be split. I'm going to be honest. I was at game 2.
Yeah.
So I was.
That can make it worse too.
Yes, I think I was I was in the shoot once end down. I was down in the bowl, and I was around Montreal fans, so like maybe getting Ole'd the entire whenever they scored or whatever, two seats down for me. That made it worse, and just Benson giving them life. I guess Dahlin kind of did the same thing though. They were very similar. Like they did. They had opportunities where the life was given to them, and they just didn't capitalize on it.
They just didn't do it. Yeah, and I think that's true. They really. That's a great point because in game 2 it was Benson gets into it with Dobesh and then scores his goal, and the building's alive at the end of the second and going into the third, and you're like, all right, they got some life here. And then, 20 seconds into the third, Tage spins out, and that's it. Mm-hmm. And they give up the 2-on-1, and that sealed it. It felt like, and in Game 3, it felt similar with Dahlin scoring on the power play in the second period. And you go, all right, that's big. That gives them some life here. They've got to really push it. And it felt like they did that in the third period of Game 3, and they were really on them. And Dobesh did his job, stopped them a few times, and eventually the Sabres just got too fast and loose with the ozone stuff, and it bit them. And again, they didn't have a great back check. They had guys in position, but not taking the body out, and Kirby Dach's able to fish the puck out. Boom, boom, that's it.
Yeah,
that's pretty much the game.
Mm-hmm.
So I agree. There were times in both games, despite how bad those games felt, the Sabres could have, with one more play, one more shot, whatever it is, gotten themselves into a very good position to make it a hockey game.
Yeah.
And in both games, they felt, I think, just short of that. And so, if you're looking for something to give you a little confidence tonight, on nights where they played about as bad as I think you're ever going to see this team play, they still had opportunities to, get in it.
Yeah. And I think that's kind of what a lot of people have taken away, at least going into what could be, if they can't get it done tonight, next game would be an elimination game. I'm knocking on wood as I'm saying all of this, of course, but you got to kind of, I guess, think positive in a little bit of a fashion here. But Game 4, I don't know where I'm at 100% yet, confidence-wise. I want to be confident, but I was so confident after Game 1. I was talking about Carolina already, right? And that we're really, like I said yesterday, starting to experience what playoff hockey is again, if you've experienced it before, or learning really what it's like for the first time being in it.
Yep.
And I think I'm, you can't get too high or low because it's already taking you super high and super low.
Right. That's the ride. That's the ride of the playoffs. And I think we wrote it in the last series too. Game 1, whoa, face blown off. This is amazing. And then there's a dud, and it's like, okay, what just happened? And it's all sort of dark and gloomy. And I think now we're feeling like, okay, back-to-back losses in the playoffs is as heavy. Mm-hmm. That does not feel good. And the good thing, you want to spin it. They lost. They're only down 2-1. They lost the back-to-back games in the best spot you could probably lose them. Already up 1. All right, you got to give these back. You're down a game. It feels bad right now. But if you go in tonight, you play a good hockey game, and you come out on top, all is forgiven. You are right back to all right, this is a 7-game series. It is a coin toss. Let's get ready to rumble here. And so I think tonight is a massive, pivotal game that the Sabres they need this game tonight.
They do.
It's the reality of it. They need the game.
Dare I say, and Paul Hamilton said it yesterday, the 2 words on this show that carry a lot of weight. So I'm gonna wait because I'll let someone else say that.
So our fearless leader needs to come back to declare what I think we all know tonight is.
And this is a real edition of it. It's not a random Tuesday in October, November that it means nothing. This is, if you don't win this game, this is a tough scene going forward from here.
For sure.
So looking to just Game 4, lineup-wise, you and I were talking yesterday.
Yes.
What are the changes they could possibly make? Because you heard Lindy yesterday kind of speaking about the goaltender. You're not going to see a change, which I agree with. I think Alex Lyon should stay in net.
We'll see, because that got hot yesterday, I think, online.
It did.
Me, Marty, and Duffer talked about it on Sabres Live. That's a topic that's...
Is there still variance in that, you think?
Oh, yeah.
That still could change?
Yep. I think that there are absolutely, Marty's one of them, people that think UPL is going to be in that net tonight.
Okay.
And that's going to be something to watch. There are changes that are there to be made. And so it's going to be really interesting because there's a balance that needs to be struck there of all right, how much can we change without having everybody feel like, are we panicking right now?
Right.
And we heard yesterday, like, urgency without panic. And, like, that's a fine line to walk.
If everything looks different, the power play changing was urgency without panic, I would say.
Right.
Because clearly it wasn't panic. They didn't do it early, like when they were down in Boston not scoring, right? They were like one power play successful in the month of April. They didn't change it. They waited till now. So I would say that's more urgency in this series than panic, but
totally. And it worked.
Yeah.
Right? And that's the point, is like, you can make a change that feels drastic, but it can pay off and it can look good. And I know the Sabres power play didn't get one the other night in Game 3, but did they ever look dangerous.
I think Dahlin did.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Dahlin
scored.
Dahlin's power play goal.
Yeah.
I was thinking of the long stretch where they had Benson going across the goal line.
Yes.
And, like, they needed one there. But, again, like, they looked great, and that can pay you. And so I think Lindy Ruff's got some decisions to make tonight, both, I think, at all three levels. Up front with the forward group, I think there's people that want to see Pearson in. There's people that want to see Helenius in. There's people that want to see Timmins, Stanley sort of switched up. And obviously the goaltending's a question here, too. So
the calls for Helenius have never been louder, I
don't think they have either. How do you feel about that? Let's start there, because that's a hot topic that I think people would like to see, a guy that scored 60-plus points in the AHL this season and looked really good in some of his time up with the big club.
Yeah, I mean, took the words out of my mouth. What more could you want? Maybe to change the vibe, change the tone of what you've been able to do. The youth, I think, is going to be a huge addition here. Montreal doesn't have a lot of tape on him outside of the AHL tape, right?
True.
So I think when he has been able to produce, why wouldn't he be able to in the playoffs, right? Like, you got to think, like, I would be totally okay with that. I think any change that, again, not going full panic, flipping everything on its head.
Right.
Change might be all that has to happen. A small change could even just reset the vibe, right? Mm-hmm. Helenius, I think, is a perfect option for that.
Yeah. I hear the attraction to the idea. My concern would be putting him in, especially in Montreal.
It's that's the belly of the beast, what we saw the other night.
With the way the series has gone, the momentum that Montreal has right now, I think that building tonight is going to be psychotic, and that might be a tough spot to put a young, inexperienced player in and ask him to play any kind of significant role. I think that he's talented enough. I think he's got enough defensive responsibility that he could be trusted to play in the playoffs, which is significant. And I like the player a lot. But my concern would be, okay, does he get overwhelmed by that moment? Because that is as big a moment as there is in this league is, all right, playoff game in Montreal. Like, that's tough.
Yeah.
And so I think you might I might prefer to stay away from that tonight. I think if you get another night tonight where you feel like you're lacking a little bit of offensive pop and you want to try and get him in Game 5 in Buffalo, home building, a little more comfortable, a little more time to watch it all, see where the game is at, I would like it better in that spot. But I can totally get with the idea of being attractive now.
Yeah, so, and it might be, you don't want to wait till it's too late, arguably, right?
Right.
And putting him in an elimination game?
Yeah, if it's 3-1 elimination game, that might be tough. But that's the kind of thing that if you're down 3-1,
you do that kind of thing. Yeah.
And so I think it might make a little more sense for Game 5, but I would not be stunned to see it tonight either.
I got a question for you regarding the defensive pairings, because I think that's also a topic right now. What to do with the Stanley line, the pairing down there. Truthfully, Timmins frustrated me a little bit in Game 3. He was just kind of all around the net when bad things happened, right? But I don't know if Timmins gets swapped out here. Do you? I feel like it would be Stanley the one to get moved if that line changes or the pairing changes.
I think it's really tough to pick right now, but in my mind, Timmins, his penalty killing value is a little higher than Stanley's for me, and Stanley's skating has looked for the first time to me since arriving in Buffalo has looked like a problem.
He finally got it, and now it's like it does not look like that anymore.
Yeah,
looks like when he first got here. You're right,
and that's almost all because of the opponent. Montreal is so fast and so quick and so agile up front that it's a bad matchup for Logan Stanley. And we heard Paul say it yesterday, and I'm sure he'll mention it again today. Like, the Stanley and Schenn moves were with a certain team in mind, and that team was likely Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
And it kind of worked out against Boston because it's a similar vibe of, like, in terms of intensity, physical play, all of that.
They're going to try and bully you around a little bit.
That is not Montreal.
Nope.
And that is not this series. And so, to me, I trust Timmins a little more to keep up with that pace, to move the puck in that pace. I think we saw in Game 3, like, the play from Stanley on the Bolduc goal is, like, case in point. He gets the opportunity to hit fresh legs in the neutral zone and just get north, and he decides to skate with it and just hold it and then try and make a bad backhand pass to Peyton Krebs.
Mm-hmm.
It's 5 feet ahead of Krebs. Krebs can't get it. Turnover, and that's what Montreal's so good at. They transition right away.
Right.
Stanley's scrambling to get back. He ends up sliding out of the play, can't quite block the pass to Bolduc. Obviously, we've got bigger problems on that play with Tuck and Thompson, but Stanley's
giving the turnover, like you, it might have been you or Paul saying yesterday, it's like shooting them out of a cannon. It's not like Boston. Like,
yes.
You don't have enough time to defend a turnover or breakaway there.
They're going to hit you too quick. They're going to flip the ice too fast to make mistakes like that and to be that slow getting back to it. So, to me, Stanley's a guy I'm looking to tonight as, like, all right, maybe that's where you make a change.
Is that the Messiah? Is it Zach Metsa coming up? Or Kesselring with another 4-minute stand?
I think Metsa makes more sense than he made against Boston because of the same things I just said about Stanley.
Right, the style of the series.
With the way they work against Stanley, they work for Metsa. Metsa is a puck mover, quick play, can skate well, is good with the puck on his stick. Not great, but functional. And to me, that is what's necessary here. That should be Kesselring as well.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it has been as consistently, but he has looked good in flashes, and he's bigger and he's a little more physical, and maybe that's something that is prioritized here. I have not been able to make my mind up about which one of those I think is more likely to be seen tonight.
Yeah.
I think it's more likely that we see Metsa than it was in Boston, but I don't know which guy they're going to go to if they make a change on D.
I feel like it's an interesting just quarrel in the mind here because you're right. Like, Metsa does fit the series a little better. Kesselring, though, the entire stigma around him right now is that 4 minutes of play in the game he was in, right? And clearly something was either A, not right with his health, or B, Lindy Ruff didn't like what he was seeing out there, right?
It's got to do with the hands, and
yeah.
When they bring in another right-handed shot, it can be really tough to fit that in because Ruff really prefers to have right-left shots on the same line,
right,
so that you're
to balance
not
each other
playing
out
with two left-handed shots or two right-handed shots, whatever it is. And with Kesselring coming in as a right-handed shot, makes it two right-handed shots with Stanley or whatever. It's a struggle.
Yeah,
is the point. And that to me is all right. That might have to be something that you make some sacrifices on, whether that be like blending the pairs together or just understanding like eventually I'm going to have two righties out there,
mm-hmm.
and that's just going to be what it is. And can one of them be comfortable enough playing on their offside that it's fine? They can live with it. I think that's where they got to get to and figure that out tonight.
Game 4.
We're breaking it all down with you. We are on our YouTube page, as we mentioned earlier. Jump in the bullpen. As always, is brought to you by Belknap Heating and Cooling. Notice a rattle in your ducts or a rise in your heating and cooling bills. If you do, give Belknap a ring. With 0% financing, the cost of upgrading to a high-efficiency dual-fuel heating system is a breeze. Learn more at belknapheating.com. That's belknapheating.com. Go green, save energy and money with Belknap. Schedule a free estimate on your new installation. Give Belknap a ring, 688-1728. For more comfort and less ka-ching, give Belknap a ring.
We'll be back on the other side. We're going to take a quick timeout. Joe Cali, Owen Parker here with you for a little while longer. Jeremy White joins back in at 7:30. Paul at 7 o'clock also. We'll go over the schedule. Paul at 7 o'clock. Lindy Ruff at 8 with Jeremy. So lots of Sabres talk. Game 4, 803-0550. If you have any thoughts, will also be looking in the bullpen. I saw, get Jarmo Kekalainen out of here to get some juice, and I don't think that's happening. But,
it seems aggressive, a little early, folks.
A little early for that. Maybe, when he accounts for 40% of a playoff drought, you can start talking like that. Yes. But Joe Callio, Owen Parker, this is WGR. Game 4 tonight, Sabres Canadiens in the belly of the beast in Montreal. Puck drop at 7 right here on WGR. Pregame starts at 6. We'll be awaiting the latest from Morning Skate and Lindy Ruff's appearance with Jeremy White coming up at 8 o'clock. Paul Hamilton joins the show at 7. Looking around the NHL playoffs, Colorado defeated the Wild 5-2. Last night, their series is now 3-1 in Colorado's favor. Yesterday, we got some schedule news for the Bills as their home opener will take place in Week 2, hosting the Lions on Thursday Night Football on September 17th. The Buffalo Bills also signed former Chiefs linebacker Mike Dana to a 1-year deal. For more on the signing, we have a piece up at our website, WGR550.com. Looking around the NFL, ESPN's Brooke Pryor said, reports of the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers meeting over the weekend, quote, do not appear to have come to fruition. The Cowboys will host the Eagles for their annual Thanksgiving afternoon game this season. The Chargers, they signed tight end David Njoku, formerly of the Browns, to a 1-year deal, worth up to about $8 million. And the Steelers, they signed kicker Chris Boswell to a 4-year, $28 million extension. Catch every take, every reaction, and every big Buffalo sports moment live now on YouTube with Jeremy and Joe in the morning and Chopin the Bulldog every afternoon. Watch your favorite WGR hosts anytime, anywhere, live on air, live on YouTube. Brought to you by Belknap Heating and Cooling. For more comfort and less ka-ching, give Belknap a ring. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
We've answered a lot of questions this year about, tough situations and adversity early in the year. And, even after our 10-game winning streak, a terrible game in Columbus. And, we've put together 6-game winning streaks and 3-game. And I'm really confident in the group. So it's all about tomorrow. We've answered a lot of questions this year.
There is no tomorrow because it's today. It's today.
It's all about today, folks. All about today.
All about today. Game 4, Sabres Canadiens in the belly of the beast, as I was saying in the update. It's watching that the other night. I was so lucky to luck into a Sportsnet broadcast.
Oh.
They really took time to show the arena and everything going on around. It was, you got to, KeyBank Center's been one of the best environments in the playoffs, right?
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
It really has. And the revival of the Sabres has done a lot of that. But you got to give Montreal credit. The torchbearer, the entire arena goes up in flames,
the whole deal is really
they do a very good job. They're a good original team where I'm like, okay, you do things right.
You earned this respect you get.
Yes,
I get it. I understand it. Yeah, they're nobody quite does it like Montreal, but this is. I said this yesterday, but this is the two best fan bases and the two best, most fun buildings to be in. And I think that's a pretty entertaining thing to watch just in a series in and of itself. When you get a pair of teams that have, 20,000 people in a building that are as feral and rabid as these fan bases are, it is really a sight to behold.
Right.
So it's been fun already to watch. I'm ready to get the KeyBank back in there.
Me too.
Hopefully not in an elimination game scenario.
It'd be nice to go to not a stress-free game, but not have to worry about the season ending in front of your eyes, right? That would be
tough.
That'd be tough, and also it's the first time they're down in a playoff series too. I didn't even think about that. Hopefully they can bounce back. They've proven they can get punched in the mouth and bounce back, and we'll see what happens.
They have proven to be a very resilient, sort of cockroachy team. We'll eat our punches and we'll rise from the dead they did starting in December. And you heard Lindy mention there remember that Columbus game? Everybody was like, whoa, that's not good.
No.
And then they were fine. They won 7 games in a row after that or something. It was crazy. So
they don't lose multiple games in a row. They go back on winning streaks.
Yeah,
so
we're just hoping to see that trend continue. That's why I think a lot of people were so surprised that Game 3 went the way it went.
Right.
It was just so so out of character for this group. It felt like to have an effort like that.
Yeah.
And so, I certainly don't think we're going to see it 3 times in a row. So tonight should be a better hockey game.
Hopefully. Time now, though. We're going to get connected to our fans. Brought to you by Northtown Kia, Western New York's #1 Kia dealer. Shop online at northtownkia.com. We go to Scott in Saratoga Springs. Scott, it's Joe, Callie, and Owen Parker. What you got for us?
Thanks, guys, for having me on. I was actually at the arena on Sunday night. First time. There weren't just 3 or 4 Sabres fans. We might have had 50. Yeah.
50 still minimal in that crowd. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Out of 21 or 22,000 people. I mean, I will say I've been to a lot of away games. I've been to a lot of sporting events around the world, and that is the loudest arena I have ever been in. I'm so thankful I had earplugs because one time I went to a Chiefs game in Kansas City and I didn't have them, and I ended up with tinnitus.
Oh, no.
They'll get you. It gets loud in there.
It did. And so it's also, though, that the Habs fans are kind of weird, man. There's a group of them that looked at me like they had never seen another human being wearing another team's jersey. It was very strange. Other people were giggling and name-calling me like middle schoolers.
Oh, yeah.
And then at the end of the game, I was sitting in my seat, and a couple who are Sabres fans got up and started to exit. And I swear the entire arena booed them. Oh. And this guy behind me taps me on my shoulder and says, "Stay in your seat."
Gave you the nice words of advice.
Yeah.
Save yourself. Yeah, that's awesome. Scott, thanks for the call. And hopefully, if you go to if you plan on going to another game in Montreal, if Game 6 rolls around or anything like that, hopefully, it's not it's going to be more hostile. Who am I kidding? I mean, if it's an elimination game or something like that,
asking for a miracle there.
Yeah,
but yeah, it's being
heckled out of a stadium is not fun, and that one I can imagine is one of the most insane.
Yeah, you get the French accents and that's a scary sight. I walked out of TD Garden, but I was victorious, so that's a very different experience.
100%.
That can't be any kind of fun walking out of Bell Center with 20,000, 21,000 almost, I think, in that building. It's a huge building.
And I've had one walk of shame out of a building, a stadium, and it was MetLife. I went to the Aaron Rodgers 4-second debut game against the Bills in New York City, in New Jersey, I should say, and we got heckled out of that pretty bad.
Yeah.
So probably nothing compared to the Montreal fans, but it's not fun. 803-0550, you can jump on with us, talk to us about if you were in Montreal or if you're planning on maybe going to a game or
if you've got a trip planned, let us know about it. I'd love to hear about some fellow road trips for the Sabres playoff run.
Yeah. Game 4. I
Huge.
can't get it out of my brain. It's just gnawing at me.
I know.
Like
who do you want to step? Like who are you looking at tonight as like, all right, I need this guy. Because there's a couple names in my head that have been rattling around for a while now that I think I need.
Yeah. Outside of the usual suspects, like, you're going to need Benson and all those guys to produce.
Let's take the sort of standard Benson, we know we're expecting him to be Benson.
Yeah.
And Doan, we'll know we get Doan. And who do you think out of the Thompson, Tuck, Byram group, that has been good at times but inconsistent maybe? Who do you think is the key tonight? Because I think there's a couple of answers that I think could be interesting to that.
I think it might be the man playing for the contract. I think Alex Tuck, for me, is a big name. I want to see him contribute in the scoring column. He did it in the first series, and he hasn't done it since, right? So Tage Thompson, I guess, he did in the first 53 seconds of the last game.
Right.
Darlene scored the power play goal, but I'd like to see Tuck do a little more, I guess, and not be better on the, like you were saying, the breakaways and stuff like that. They weren't really able to get back on that well and just play a cohesive hockey game. I feel like they haven't been able to do that. And that top line in itself has been the issue, but I'd like to see Tuck maybe get in the scoring column in this series at least.
Yeah, I think it's time. He's been, I think, a guy that every sort of chance that you need a guy to step up and make a play, you always want to look to Tuck because he's the hometown guy. And so when that doesn't come, it can be frustrating and almost more at the forefront than other players could be. So I agree. I think Tuck is going to be a key tonight. I think that Thompson needs to take a game over. I know he scored the goal early in Game 3, and that was great. It was a good bounce, and he was in a good spot. He got to a good area. Good on him for doing it. But I don't think it was the kind of goal that we've come to expect from Thompson at times. And what you need from him is dominance and control and possession in a way that I think you have not seen in this series so far. And when you get that from him, it helps to allow everybody else on that roster to slot into place and find their own sort of medium of game. And all right, here's Thompson's doing his thing and he's taking all this attention. What am I going to do to sort of fill in underneath that? And I think that has been missing for this series. And I know it's been missing for Montreal too, for the most part, because that top line of Slavkovsky and Suzuki and Caulfield has not been stellar. But there have been times that I think they have taken over shifts. And I think we've maybe gotten 2 of those out of Thompson and friends. And that just won't, I don't think that's going to do it. I think you're going to need more than that out of those guys and out of Thompson specifically. And so I am looking at Thompson tonight to be, all right, maybe I'm dealing with something. Maybe I'm just annoyed and frustrated. But game 4 tonight is the night that I need to make my presence felt on this series in a more significant way than like jumping out to an early 1-0 lead and like, all right, I'm going to take this game over, and when I get the puck on my stick, I want the other team to have fear in their hearts. Mm-hmm. And I don't think he's inspired that in this series so far. And that should annoy him because that's what he's capable of every single time he's out there. And when he doesn't do it, I think it hurts the team.
100%. And we talk about Game 1 of the Boston series, right?
Yep.
That's the Olympian taking over the game and saying, we're putting this one to bed, pretty much, right? And
yeah.
Samuelson's the one who inevitably does it, but he gets the first 2 on the board for him. Like, he took that over and gave them the chance. And I think that's what you're getting from others who aren't him, right? We talked about it. Dahlin and Benson gave them life.
Yep.
It's time to capitalize on that and put a game away as the Olympian, the 40-goal scorer you are. Like, we need to see that out there on the ice, right? So, I don't know. It's honestly, it's frustrating to watch because you just know, it's like when you're, I guess, we're kids ourselves, but when your parents did I'm not upset, I'm just disappointed.
Yeah.
That's how everyone's looking at Tage Thompson right now.
Right.
It's
a little bit. It's like,
we know you're capable of more. Where is it?
I'm missing a little bit.
Yeah.
And I'm not mad at his effort on most plays. I'm mad at it on the Bolduc goal from the other night, but I haven't been like he's disengaged or doesn't look like he wants it. He's throwing the body around and he's skating hard, but it's just not quite been there. And frankly, in the playoffs, not quite being there is not good enough.
Right.
So you got to want more out of him from that in that department. So, that's the guy I'm really going to be focusing a keen eye on tonight. I think it's key for him to just really make his impression on this series at some point. And obviously, it'd be, if somebody else does it, steps up, great, and they win the game, then somebody did it. But that's the guy I think would be most beneficial for him to have a night.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I'm there with Tuck as well. I personally, I think if you're going for the contract, he's been absent this second series. He's got to do something, and that side of things. But we'll go back to the phones. Dominic, thanks for the call. What you got for us?
What's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Well, Joe, you already know what I'm going to say. But,
I do.
Basically, it's almost primarily for Owen in a sense. Like, basically, after Lyon basically gifted the Sabres the first period, that could have been 5-6-1.
Yep.
You finish the intermission, it's 1-1, and that goal was even was going wide and it bounced off Timmins. So you pretty much just they got handed a free goal with the Tage one a minute in. Lyon saves them from being down horribly. And then they come out as a goalie, you just basically are the only reason the game's still a game. And then instead of helping you out and being fired up over it, they come out in the second and they're worse.
Yeah.
As a goalie, are you at any point, almost like Swayman did in the first series where you're just like, what the hell, man? I'm doing everything and you guys can't even do basic back checking. Like, is it like, do you say anything or do you leave it to the coach? Like,
that is a spot where it depends on your standing in the room. I think that from what I gather about Lyon, he's a well-respected guy in that locker room, and people listen like him and appreciate what he brings. But I don't know that he is a Swayman type of leader where it's like, I got to give the boys a jolt. I think that's a spot where you can quietly be frustrated and like, man, I'm playing a good game here, and these guys are giving me nothing. Yeah. And you can feel that. That's appropriate. I've felt that many times in my career. Believe me. It's
you ever had to act on that? Say something about it in the locker room and all that?
Of course. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I was on some bad
that's
teams.
Accepted and all that? Yeah?
Oh, it's definitely accepted. Again, like I said, it depends on your standing in the room. You can't come in as a fresh face and like have a bad game and then go off on the guys.
Blame everybody.
That's a very different thing. But like Lyon's been great, so that's a little different. I still don't think that it's necessarily like get into them and light them up time because they've been good in front of him all season. Swayman, I think, has dealt with a team that's been frankly leaky and relied on him being great all the time.
Yeah,
they're a good defensive team, but you're only able to be so good when. I mean, we saw it. Boston is what they are. And there was a reason Swayman was frustrated. It was not just that serious. So I think that's a Lyon, like, I'm going to just play my game, focus on what I got to do. And the coaching staff knows what they got to fix here. Mm-hmm. So
we got a comment in the chat, by the way. Just run empty net. That's a man advantage. You know how they do on those?
Yeah,
not great.
Not good.
Wouldn't recommend that.
Not
recommend that.
No.
The whole Lyon situation right now, it's so split online, and we kind of talked about it, but we can maybe talk about it more on the other side. Also, a little tidbit on one of the Bills players as well that came out.
Yeah, we got a couple of Bills nuggets for you.
We do.
The other side of the break.
And then Paul Hamilton at 7 o'clock. So we got a packed little
ready to roll here.
Half hour here for you. Joe Cali, Owen Parker. This is WGR. Welcome back to the Jeremy and Joe show. No Jeremy, no Joe. Joe Callie, Owen Parker here with you. We keep rolling here.
Alt Joe. Just Alt Joe.
Alt Joe. That's right.
That's all.
Just
okay.
the alt cast.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all this is.
Yeah, that's all right. See if Jeremy's too late. We got to talk to Lindy, and we're like, Lindy, sorry, it's the B team today.
That'd be some fun right there. I'll say that.
That'd be a good time.
We're going to go back to the phones, though, because we got Paul Hamilton coming up in just a few minutes. We go to Larry in South Florida. Larry, what you got for us? It's Joe. It's Owen. You got us, Larry?
Yeah, you there?
Yeah, we got you.
Oh, hey, good morning. Yeah, sorry about that.
No worries.
The turning point in that game for me was after Thompson scored in 53 seconds. Miami was just, geez, my goodness. Montreal was just all over him. And I was like, wow, how long is Lyon going to be able to hold out? And then, right when I said that, of course, Montreal scored. But the guy that I need to see stand out besides the ones you mentioned is Zucker. He had opportunity. I believe it was 2-1. He came down. Someone gave him a pass. He came down in the middle. He had a beautiful shot just waiting to go. And then last second, he passes it off to the wing. The guy that was covered, and the pass never even made it there. It was like, what are you doing? Like, there is a grade A shot right in front of Dobish, and an opportunity to tie the game and actually change the momentum just a bit and take a little air out of the building. And I've just seen way too many times in this series where we're passing up grade A shots to try to make a textbook pass. I know they want to get the goalie to start moving, but the only way you're going to score in this league is to shoot, and you can't pass up grade A chances like that. So I really need to see Zucker and Quinn step up and start putting the puck in net, and the only way to do that is start shooting.
Yeah, Larry, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. I'm with you. Zucker's got to make his presence known.
Of course.
And Quinn, I feel like he's been fine. Last game wasn't great for him.
Quinn has been, to me, dangerous, but just not capitalizing on his opportunities.
Right.
He's getting the pucks to really good areas, and it's just not quite falling for him. On the passing versus shooting thing, there is a reason that you might feel like the Sabres are passing a little more than they typically would in this series. Dobish is a hyper-aggressive goaltender. If he gets set on you and is able to gain depth, you're not beating him with the shot. He makes himself too big, so you've got to try and beat him around, and he's so aggressive laterally that he can get behind plays. So that's why you see that a little bit more often.
That's how the first goal happened, how aggressive he was. So
exactly.
We keep rolling here, another half hour with Owen and myself, Joe Callie, Owen Parker, Paul Hamilton on the other side. You're listening to WGR. Game 4 tonight. Sabres Canadiens in the belly of the beast in Montreal. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock right here on WGR. Pre-game starts at 6. We'll be awaiting the latest from Morning Skate and Lindy Ruff's appearance with Jeremy White coming up at 8 o'clock. Paul Hamilton joins Owen and myself up next. Looking around the NHL playoffs, Colorado defeated the Wild 5-2 last night. The series is now 3-1 in Colorado's favor. Yesterday, we got some schedule news for the Bills as their home opener will take place in Week 2, hosting the Lions on Thursday Night Football on September 17th. The Bills also signed former Chiefs linebacker Mike Dana to a 1-year deal. For more on the signing, we have a piece up at our website, WGR550.com. Around the NFL, ESPN's Brooke Pryor said reports of the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers meeting over the weekend do not appear to have come to fruition. The Cowboys will host the Eagles for their annual Thanksgiving afternoon game this season. The Chargers, they signed tight end David Njoku, formerly of the Browns, to a 1-year deal worth up to about $8 million. The Steelers, they signed kicker Chris Boswell to a 4-year, $28 million extension. You can catch every take, every reaction, and every big Buffalo sports moment live now on YouTube with Jeremy and Joe in the morning and Chop and the Bulldog every afternoon. Watch your favorite WGR hosts anytime, anywhere, live on air, live on YouTube. Brought to you by Belknap Heating and Cooling. For more comfort and less ka-ching, give Belknap a ring. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
It's Paul Hamilton.
Guys, how are you?
He keeps the people coming back for more.
My Uber dropped me at the wrong terminal, so I had to wait for a bus.
On WGR.
Paul Hamilton joining us in just a few moments on the West Her Hotline. Game 4. I'm just going to keep saying it.
saying Game 4 over and over again.
Because I'm just trying to mentally stay okay for this.
Right.
Like, I'm trying not to get too deep into the doubt. I just need to base myself.
No doubt, base myself. You're based, Joe Cali. Are you based over there?
I guess I'm based. Yeah. Well, is that a bad?
No.
Is that like
funny?
Thing?
Yeah. I mean, tonight it's huge. It's as big a game as they. I just put the tweet together. It is as big a game as they've played in 15 years here tonight. It is it. Tonight is it, and we've got our friend Paul Hamilton here to help get us ready for tonight's enormous game. How you doing today, Paul?
I'm well. How are you?
You've got the B team, Paul.
Yes.
You're running on the backups here.
The B team.
Oh, what have we supplanted? Are we the A team now, Paul? Is that what?
team.
All
Yeah, of course
right.
you're the A team.
All
You're sitting in a
right.
chair, aren't you?
No, I guess so.
We're actually
in our
not.
regular
We're in our
chairs.
normal. He's in the control room. I'm in my video booth.
We're running this thing.
The studio
behind the
lays
scenes.
dormant across from both of us right now. So
all right,
it's
all right.
we're getting there, Paul.
We're getting close. We're getting close, Paul, to Game 4. It's exciting. Paul, a big thing, we'll just start off with this. Going into this game is just changes. And what could some of these changes be? Are you leaning towards anything specific, whether it be the defensive pairings, the front of the offense, anything like that?
Well, of course, we always wonder if they're going to make a change in goal, and it would be because they're mad at Lyon or think Lyon is doing anything wrong. It would be a shock factor type of a change. It's like maybe shock the team into, well, you screwed up for Lyon, nice job, type of a thing. So I suppose it's possible you could see Luukkonen because, really Luukkonen is not a backup. I think they still consider him, kind of 1A, 1B, like they have all season long. So we'll see if that's a possibility. Although, Lindy Ruff for 2 days has been saying this is not on Lyon at all, and he's been pretty staunch about it. So we'll see if that's it. And the other one would be Stanley. Stanley, it's just too fast a series for Stanley. This is just something that is not in his toolbox, and he has shown us, I think, in every game he's just not up for the task, and I think it's time to move on.
Yeah, I think that I'm with you on Stanley, Paul. I think we saw it in Game 3 really come to the forefront that I don't think Stanley just has the foot speed to play in a series like this. And you mentioned yesterday that you liked what you've seen from Kesselring. Metsa also would make sense in this spot against this opponent specifically. You're still leaning Kesselring's way if they're making a change on the back end?
That's what I would do. I've liked what I've seen skating wise, both in practice and in games. Down the end of the season where he played, and even it was more circumstances in the game. He played 4.5 minutes. I mean, they had two righties as their third pair. I think they have to be maybe a little bit more flexible if that's the way they're going to go, and maybe break up Power and Byram on some shifts. And still play them on others, but on some shifts, so you have a lefty-righty, and you can give Timmins and Kesselring more time on the ice. Because, I don't know why. It just seems like two righties don't work together. I mean, a right-handed shooting defenseman playing left defense normally doesn't work, where the other way around it does. Where a left-handed shooting defenseman's better playing on right. I can't give the reason for that. I don't know, but it just seems like that's the way it goes.
Paul, Owen and I were talking a little bit about this in the last hour, just Metsa and the potential for him. Maybe this series might fit him a little better because it might not be as physical as the Boston series or what you're preparing for with Tampa, like you said yesterday with those two additions in Stanley and Schenn. Is he still, you think, an option, or would they, lean more towards Kesselring?
I would lean more towards Kesselring. I think Metsa kind of lost his shine a little bit in his last X amount of games. I mean, he was going along at a pace I've never seen, where he hadn't been on the ice for a goal against since October. And then one happened. Of course, it was going to happen. I mean, it was like, oh, yeah, okay, yeah. But then 3 happened the next game. And everybody, they were all Stanley's fault. No, they weren't.
Yeah.
Some were, yeah, but no. He just seemed like he had lost a little bit from what we had seen. So, I mean, it would still be better than Stanley, definitely. I mean, I would just go with Kesselring, and the one game they needed the defenseman, that's what they did when Stanley was ill. But they don't have any lefties. All their defensive depth right now are righties.
Yep. All right, let's move one step back then, Paul, and move to the goaltenders real quick and talk about that a little bit. I had no problem with Lyon in Game 3. I thought he made a ton of saves in the first period that allowed the Sabres the opportunity to get back into the game. But I do think it's possible we see Luukkonen tonight, if for no other reason than to give him the opportunity to get back in and take the net back, so that they're not sort of keeping him away from it. And if they end up needing him in a more significant way, he's sort of ice cold. This seems like an opportunity for them to sort of get to that rotation that Lindy Ruff continues to mention he enjoys having and has liked how it works this season for them. I'm just curious whether you expect to see Luukkonen or Lyon starting in the net tonight.
I don't know what Lindy thinks about goaltending, really, and if that's the case, that they're just thinking, well, we got to get him in at some point in case we need him. Well, this isn't the game for that. This is the most important game of the season. So this wouldn't be the game to do that in. The only reason I would do it, as I said, to shock the Sabres.
Right.
It's just like, yeah, well, you screwed it up for Lyon, guys. Nice job. And type of a thing, because they would feel bad. They would feel responsible for the reason he's not in the games anymore because of them, not because of the way he played. So that would be the only reason I would do it. Mm-hmm. But again, with Lindy, it's hard to tell. I just, all season long, especially in the beginning, I never knew which goaltender he was going to go with. And then he began alternating. It was very easy to know which one he was going to go with.
Right.
Paul, just a question now, moving, I guess, forward to the forwards. Just looking at them, any line changes you could see potentially there? Krebs moving up, anything like that?
Well, Krebs can't move up any further than when he is.
No,
he is on the top line.
He's on the top line.
Yeah,
That's
top
right.
line.
That's right. Yeah, that should have maybe looked at the updated line before that. But, any other movement? I guess any potential movement you could see happening.
Again, with Lindy, he had juggled the lines for like a period and a half. And then when the next game started, he went back to the other lines, went back to the old lines. And so without a practice yesterday, it's hard to tell. I mean, he did mention that they need production out of the McLeod line. Production that they aren't getting. They're getting chances to score in some of the games. A couple of games ago, they were their best line. But by the end of the day, though, Quinn hasn't scored in a while. Zucker hasn't scored the whole playoffs, and McLeod has that power play goal, and they just aren't, producing any offense whatsoever. So he did mention that. So it makes you wonder if because that's usually the line he doesn't touch.
Right.
He'll juggle the top line and he'll juggle the Norris line. He just doesn't seem to touch that line at all. So it'll be interesting to see.
Paul, just on Zucker for a moment. I feel like there's a lot of discourse I've been seeing just on he's doing the little things well, some people thinking so, some people not. What's your take there on Zucker throughout the playoffs? Like you said, he's not necessarily generating scoring chances, but do you think he is doing some of the smaller things better?
Up until the last game, that was the first game where I thought, well, he's not really doing well in front of the net. He's not generating chances in front to Quinn, which he was doing. He was doing everything but scoring. I mean, he had an overtime goal. It was on his stick. It was a wide open net. It was off. The puck was headed towards the net for the game-winning goal. And all of a sudden, Quinn came through it and hit him. He hit a crossbar. He's hit skates. He's hit everything. I mean, but he's been where he's supposed to be, which is net front and, digging for the puck and setting up Quinn and doing those things. I didn't see that in the last game, but he only played 6 minutes and 47 seconds, too. So how much time did he have to do that? And according to Lindy Ruff, the reason for that is because they gave up 6 power plays, so that's 12 minutes right there. He's not going to be on the ice penalty killing. And he's not on the top power play anymore. And he said that he just felt that, he hasn't been involved for a while, so it wouldn't be fair to put him on the ice. So, okay. And then he went right to, but this line has to start producing. He jumped right into that after he had said that. So my question is he just protecting a veteran, or is that the way he feels, that he didn't think it'd be fair to put him on the ice? And that's something I guess we'll never know. But, I maybe part of it is he didn't want to throw Zucker under the bus.
Right. That would make sense to me. Either way, really. I think Lindy's explanation in terms of the game flow you can get with that, but I also think it's entirely possible that he's just trying to make sure that one of his wily vets doesn't get too down. I wanted to ask you, Paul, you're there every day. This is as bleak as it has probably looked in the Sabres season since they turned it around in early December. What does it feel like down there right now? Is there some tension? Does the team feel confident to you, loose? I mean, you know these guys. You know what they sound like, how they feel in the locker room. What kind of impression are you getting from that room right now?
Well, I think it's one of anger. It's like, what are we doing here? Why are we? And that's the thing. If they lose the game, they probably, they have to win 3 in a row to stay alive. They've done that before, but the way Montreal's playing, I don't know if that's in the cards. If they win the game, you can forget about the last 2 games because it's a brand new series.
Right. You're
back to 2-2, and you still have home ice advantage. For the last 3 games. So that's the weird thing about the playoffs, how things can change so quickly. But and just figure out, like you've done how many times this season, where you've had a little bit of a lull, but you figured it out. You started playing the way you can play, the way you're supposed to play, and you get back on the horse and you get going again. Now we were thinking that might happen last game. It didn't. So now they've had 2 games that really they'd like to forget. But it's every indication that they've shown us is they can dig out of that, and they can play the game the way it's supposed to be played. And if they do, there they are. They come home 2-2, which is kind of what I thought might happen anyway before these two games even were played. I had it in my head that, probably a pretty good chance they're going to come home 2-2. And that's there for them if they want to take advantage of it.
And then one last thing just about how Game 3 went and how it might change going into tonight. It felt to me like they were just a little eager to vacate the zone and get in on the offense. I think likely because of the way that this series has been sort of promoted and thought of as, well, this is going to be high-flying and racing up and down the ice and all that stuff. Do you think that the Sabres are going to look tonight to sort of peel that back a little bit and like shift gears in any way in terms of their approach, or are they just going to stick with what they've been doing because it's brought them so much success throughout the season?
They're fine if they put the pucks in the right places,
right?
And they can play their game. There's really no need. When Buffalo's playing their game, I think they're fast too,
right?
And Montreal has to worry about them, but they haven't been playing their game, so it's lagged behind. I thought they were intimidated by the crowd last time. I think I've never seen anything like it in any sport I've been in, and I think they were somewhat intimidated by that. So they were losing coverages. There were wide open Montreal Canadiens in the zone all the time. If you feed their transition, they're going to look like the better team. They're going to look like the faster team. Because you hand them the puck. That was one of the things he was talking about, the McLeod line. He goes, there were 3 different occasions where they get the zone and they just throw the puck in the middle of the ice. He goes, well, what happened? Montreal got the puck and off they went with speed. He goes, that's how you feed their transition, because you put the puck in the wrong place and now you've given them the chance to be able to be faster than you, because you're going one way into the zone. Now you just throw the puck in the middle. They got it, and off they go the other way. Well, you got to stop and now head back. So you're already behind the 8 ball because they're gone. So those are the types of things that they have to stop doing. They have to stop putting them on the power play, whether they like the penalties or not. As Tage Thompson said, they got too preoccupied with that stuff. He goes, we're getting preoccupied with stuff we can't control, like reffing or whatever. He goes, we can't control that. We got to stop getting preoccupied by it. And, he felt that was a big thing too. So they got to stay out of the penalty box. That's the one thing, because you're just getting everything rolling again. And quite honestly, I don't really think the penalties were all that egregious as far as, that shouldn't have been called. They earned most of their penalties, and they got to stop it.
Paul Hamilton with us on the West-Her hotline. Paul, just one last thing before you go here. Maybe a question for you and Owen a little bit. You mentioned the environment kind of getting the best of them, and you're sitting in the middle of it, but even on the TV broadcast, they're really showing just the torchbearer, the music, everything about it. That crowd is just insane. Having played the game, both of you, is there a story or anything you can remember about an environment, an unruly one like that, maybe kind of getting the best of your team or anything like that?
The good thing is now they've all experienced it.
Right.
And they've had a couple of days here to think, all right, we know what's coming. They thought they knew what was coming last game, but until you get into the middle of it, you don't know. That's why I always say, I've been saying it's hard for me to explain to people what it's about if you weren't sitting in the middle of it. It's that different and that cool, actually, than anything I've seen, and probably a fan would have seen, if they were there. It's relentless. It never stops. That crowd is buzzing the whole game. Now, had the Sabres gotten the second goal, which they almost got, that changes things with that crowd. They'll turn on the Canadiens. If all of a sudden it's 2-0, they'll turn on them.
Oh, yeah.
And they were almost there. They had a really good chance in front that they weren't able to capitalize on, which would have made it 2-0. And, before Montreal then started really going, and they tied it up before the end of the period. So, it's now they know. they know what's coming. They know what to expect, and I would think they would react differently in this game.
Paul Hamilton with us on the Western Hotline. Paul, thanks for taking some time out of the morning, and best of luck tonight in the arena. Hopefully you bring back a Sabres win, so the next game at KeyBank's not an elimination game. But thanks, Paul.
Take care, guys.
Paul Hamilton's appearance brought to you by Relax Honda. Relax, we got this. A lot of good stuff from Paul there. I had to ask about the environment in the arena because he's sitting in the middle of it, right?
Right.
And we're talking about how insane it seems. I can only imagine in person.
Yeah.
To the question, though, like for you to get a chance, was there an environment for you ever that kind of did the same thing? Maybe it's not, of course, the scale of Montreal.
At sort of the, my level where I was at. I mean, I remember the first time I skated out on the ice for USHL warm-ups in Des Moines, Iowa. And they played in an old rink with like a tin roof. And it's only, 4,000 people, 5,000 people maybe.
Yeah.
But it was loud, and there's a smoke machine and lights and all that. And you're like, it is a lot. And that was home. That was like my team. I was on Des Moines at the time. And it was, even still, it's like your heart is pounding out of your chest and your head is spinning. And you're like, I got to get myself sort of leveled out here. And that takes time to learn how to do that. But at this level where these guys are at, they've done that sort of thing a million times. And obviously, like we're talking about, Montreal is a different animal. But you've been in that scenario where you've got to sort of, all right, let me feel all of this emotion and this energy from this building, and then understand like how to tamp that down and like, all right, I got to just do my thing here and be the same person I always am. I can't try and do more than I always do. And maybe that's a little bit of what we saw sort of bite the Sabres at times.
But Paul's right. I think once you get used to that, acclimated to that, they might be able to bounce back in this game.
Yeah, for sure.
Once they're accustomed to it. By the way, just have to shout out the bullpen for what's going on in here for over an hour now, I would say.
Yeah, it's been over an hour that they've been in
name dropping. It started with former Sabres, right?
Yeah.
And now we're getting into the nitty gritty here. I mean,
we started as like name a Sabre, and now these names are just incredible.
Yeah, Carrie Underwood has made an appearance.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's really, you guys, if you're not a member of our YouTube chat, I say you have to pay for something. Just hit subscribe on our YouTube page.
There's an initiation.
And come hang out in the YouTube chat. It's a great hang. We're in here. We'll hang out in there every once in a while. We interact with you guys on the show. There's a bunch of people that are in there every day. Great, really great people that we've met even in person now, and it's really fun. So if you're looking for some other way to consume the show and maybe get a little extra, hop over to our YouTube channel and check out the bullpen because it's a great time.
It's the way to do it. We get a lot of voices in there, and never really about what's going on the air, which is the best part. It's like a side conversation. So, I'll do it again. Game four. Game four. And the last Game 4, they rallied and just murdered Boston. That was the 6-1 win, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So hopefully they can pull off some voodoo. That would be insane if the first game of this series was a blowout in the Sabres' favor, and then the next two were blowouts in Montreal's favor, and then the next one's a Buffalo.
A blowout.
That would just be insanity, would it not?
It would be.
Would that be what the series is billed to be? I don't think so.
No, it would not. And that's what I was about to say is I don't want to say I'd be disappointed by a Sabres blowout tonight, but I would be disappointed if that was how the hockey games had gone.
Yes.
Like blowout. Because this series, people I've been a little disappointed by the hockey. It's been one team playing incredible and the other team just kind of eating punches. And I'm ready to see them trade here. And we haven't really gotten that yet. And so I'm really hungry for I don't care what the score even is. It could be 2-2 in the third period, but if it's counter punch, I'm ready to sit down and watch a real back and forth good hockey game where both teams are playing good. So,
yeah. It's like we're watching prime Mike Tyson fight Floyd Mayweather.
Right.
Just trying to tire him out and it's not working.
Yeah,
so.
not quite.
Yeah.
But
tough scenes there.
It's been fun to watch, really, if you're just a sort of objective observer, because there's been really impressive performances by both teams, but not at the same time. So let's line that up.
Wow.
Let's line that up.
It's exciting. It's exciting.
It is.
I for one cannot wait. It's blown up for me and you specifically, and anyone else who's up in this YouTube chat right now. I can only imagine it's blown up the sleep schedules.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
These 7 o'clock games have been phenomenal, by the way. That
Yeah.
extra half hour makes such a difference. Really 40 minutes from when they drop the puck, but Game 4. It's exciting times in Buffalo. We'll keep rolling with you. Jeremy White's going to be joining us rather soon here. Joe Cali, Owen Parker, with some Bills chatter maybe on the other side.
Yeah.
Let's zoom
right,
out from Game 4 a little
right.
bit. We got a lot going on. So
I bet you guys didn't know I could do that over here. I am
It's been
in
a
fact
minute, right?
capable of talking about the Bills as well.
Yes,
So
we'll see.
Let's do a little of that.
all that and more. Joe Cali, Owen Parker, WGR. Game 4 tonight, Sabres, Canadiens in the belly of the beast in Montreal. Puck drop set for 7 p.m. right here on WGR. Pre-game starts at 6. We'll be awaiting the latest from morning skate and Lindy Ruff's appearance with Jeremy White coming up at 8 o'clock. Around the NHL playoffs, Colorado defeated the Wild 5-2 last night. The series is now 3-1 in Colorado's favor. And yesterday we got some schedule news for the Bills as their home opener will take place in Week 2, hosting the Lions on Thursday Night Football on September 17th. The Bills also signed former Chiefs linebacker Mike Dana to a one-year deal. For more on the signing, we have a piece up at our website, WGR550.com. Looking around the NFL, ESPN's Brooke Pryor said reports of the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers meeting over the weekend do not appear to have come to fruition. The Cowboys will host the Eagles for their annual Thanksgiving afternoon game this season. The Chargers signed tight end David Njoku, formerly of the Browns, to a one-year deal worth up to about $8 million. And the Steelers signed kicker Chris Boswell to a 4-year, $28 million extension. You can catch every take, every reaction, and every big Buffalo sports moment live now on YouTube with Jeremy and Joe in the morning and Shope and the Bulldog every afternoon. Watch your favorite WGR hosts anytime, anywhere, live on air, live on YouTube. Brought to you by Belknap Heating and Cooling. For more comfort and less ka-ching, give Belknap a ring. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
I know the Sabres is huge up here. I know they play tonight. They play the Canadiens. So hopefully I could tune in a little bit after I get in my playbook a little bit. But I'm excited. NHL playoffs is exciting, man. Go Sabres.
Skylar Bell. Go Sabres from the new Bills wide receiver. Drum banger on a roster still, or did you drop him?
I think I actually dropped him.
I think you might have dropped him.
I think I dropped him.
I think
I did. I picked up Kurt Russell.
That's right. And I picked up the son, Wyatt Russell.
Why did you guys let me do that?
I don't know.
That was so stupid of me.
Jeremy White will be joining us mid-segment, by the way.
Yes, yes. We're gonna get our
the
fearless leader, as I called him earlier, back.
Yes,
and I'm gonna have to run some waivers because Kurt Russell is never going anywhere near the Sabres drum.
No,
I don't know why I did that.
I mean, he was in town though. I
know, but it was stupid. He wasn't even in town. His son was in town.
I thought it was supposed to be Kurt and Wyatt.
I only saw Wyatt in the suite.
Right.
They had him at the game, and he was in the suite. It was just him.
I still think Chad.
I need to get on the board on this dang league.
You're gonna have to quick.
I cannot. I know. I got maybe one more game, if that.
Because Jeremy has 2 points. I have 2 points.
Yeah, me and Joe are. I mean, Joe's not even here to defend
he can't even
himself.
run waivers. Yeah.
So I don't know. I'm basically competing with a guy that's dead on the show. I can't even beat him.
No,
this is terrible.
But the drum banger draft, it's been the topic of conversation throughout the playoffs. Hopefully we get another round. I mean, that'd be awesome. We'd see it through. So maybe even further than that. We'll see.
That'd be massive.
We did tease a little bit of Bills chatter. I know
we got some stuff.
I know it is Game 4, as we've been saying all day, but we got the home opener last night, a little later. So it's a Thursday night game in Week 2. So, I mean, some people immediately despise that, I saw, just because it is a Thursday night football. It's a short week opening up the stadium and all of that. So it's it's an interesting choice, I'll say that. But what do you think about it?
I think it's an interesting matchup in terms of how attractive of a game it is. I don't know. Do we know what we expect from the Lions this year? Are they going to be better? I mean,
they
seems like they got to be. Right?
Yeah, they took a step back, but
I like it. I think obviously would Week 1 be awesome to have at home?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I think that would be great. But I think having it Week 2 might give it even maybe a little more spotlight, which might be great for the city. I think that people are really excited to see this building and see what the whole thing looks like. The first time it's on TV, and now we're gonna get a standalone game in Week 2. Everybody's kind of settled in and acclimated into the season. at least somewhat after 1 week. And you get to go, all right, let's tune into the show. Let's see the new fancy spaceship building. And so that'll be fun. And then, it's the off season. We don't know what the matchup itself will, necessarily look like or mean or any of that. But I think it's fun. Oh my goodness.
He's back.
Start it again. We need the glass breaking.
Okay.
There he is.
There's not many opportunities I get to try out the thing that I think we should all have is we should all have entrance music like wrestlers.
I think that would be
awesome. Be able to come on everybody else's show whenever we want, hit the music.
Yes.
I love it.
Idea.
The
What's up,
Undertaker
guys?
theme. How's it going?
Good. Keep going.
Keep going?
Listening to your conversation.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, we're
For
just
anyone
talking-
that's listening or watching, this was all scheduled. I've been listening. You guys doing a great job.
Thank
So
you.
anyway, keep going. I'm listening to the show.
Okay.
First time caller. Actually, I don't think I am a first time caller. I think I have called into this show before.
I think you did too. We did a couple parlays on
Yes.
call-ins.
Yes,
what we
call-in
did.
parlays.
When Owen was
I
taking
also-
those.
Yes.
I also think I called from the Netherlands once when I was on vacation.
How much did that one cost you? Jeez.
Toll free.
Yes,
We
there
got
you
a toll
go.
free number.
That's exactly right.
Toll free 1-888-552-550.
There it is.
That's right.
Oh,
Well, we got Lindy coming up at 8. You guys have been holding it down. What did I miss? Have you talked to everybody into a good space?
I think we're a
about
little
tonight's
better.
game?
Yeah.
If you want to stick with the Bills thing, we can stick there for a minute.
Nah, I said what I needed to say about the Bills.
We'll get back to that.
Yeah.
I have a thought. I want to hear yours. Try and, if you're making people feel better or whatever you're doing, contextualizing it. I do have one thought that came to me that I'm going to say all day. And that is they have to win one in Montreal, but it doesn't have to be this one.
All right.
okay.
Right? They
Yeah.
have to win one in Montreal, but it doesn't have to be this one. So
I like
that's
that.
what I'm going with.
I like
You
that.
know?
Yeah,
You don't win it, it's like, oh, it's okay.
Right. You end up tonight if you have a tough, hard fought game and you're like, all right, well we were better. We feel like we're in a hole, but we found a little bit more of our game. I think this team we have seen can get red hot. So if you go and build even just a tiny bit of momentum tonight, and you can carry that in at home, and then all right, get our win at home, go back, and that Game 6 Saturday night in Montreal is going to be tough. But if we can play villain there, this series is ours.
Yeah, it's all about capitalizing on
You
it.
can get it back to Buffalo Game 7 and feel pretty good if you win back-to-back and force it there if you end up in that situation after tonight.
I would love to feel good.
Yes. Yes.
At any
Right?
point going forward. I would take just feeling good again about this series. But
Yeah.
it was interesting. Like it strikes me, I should say, that Paul says he'd never heard an atmosphere like that. Paul's been covering the NHL for decades.
Yeah. Right.
Decades.
It was telling. It was
and
telling.
it was like I've never been in an environment like that before.
We were talking about it earlier too, and just like the TV broadcast did such a good job portraying. I can only imagine sitting in the middle of it, and for Paul to say he was relatively shaken by it, like something he'd never seen. I just couldn't wrap my head around it. And his point of they got used to it after one game, I'm choosing to run with. I hope that's true. I hope they're acclimated to it. They're ready to expect it, because I do think that atmosphere may or may not have played a part in what Game 3 was.
Right.
Yeah, and there's one conversation that we don't have that many chat Consta Hellenis and his makeup and the crowds he's played in front of. But my thought is, whenever we're sitting here saying there's a blanket statement, you don't want to throw a kid like that in that environment. I think, well, what if he's a special kind of kid?
Right.
What if he's the kind of kid that can handle it? Like Benson and Doan, and their first experience in that environment were not intimidated by it. I don't know if Hellenis would be, but it's not lost on me. We turned the show over to you two for a couple hours, and you're fine. You didn't panic. You guys know what you're doing.
And I had
Constant Hellenis has played a lot of hockey. He can't get out there and just go play hockey. He's gonna be noisy.
Seriously.
Right. I had a conversation with Marty Baron yesterday. This was off the air before we got on for my segment on Sabres Live, and we talked about the crowd and the intimidation of it. And what Marty said to me was, I don't like the word intimidation. It used to excite me and inspire me. I would switch that verb to not intimidate. inspire and encourage more out of me. And there are people that are wired like that, and clearly Marty's one of them. And I even at times felt that in my career, even though it was not obviously to this peak. But I had moments where it felt like, okay, this is a huge moment, and it could feel too big. But I feel like I want it, and this feels good, and I'm supposed to be here. And it almost feels like it's enhancing me in some way.
It's the same thing we've talked about as chanting the goalie's name, right? Alex Lyon even commented on that it kind of juices him up a little bit. Like,
exactly.
Swayman said that. Swayman said he loves it when that happens.
Yeah.
A kid from a town in Alaska has made it this far. Like, that's how deeply he thinks about getting his name chanted.
I loved it, too, when I played. It was great.
In the chat, Nick points out, Ostlund showed up in his first playoff game and was great.
Yep.
This is his first career playoff game. On the road. I know it's not, Montreal and Boston are not maybe the same. But I don't want to just write it off. I don't know that he's going to get in. I don't expect him to get in. We saw the game day, the skate yesterday.
Right.
But I would not write it off as impossible to be good. And, like Paul brings up a good point about Metza, too. Like, he had a little bit of a tougher stretch after that magical run. I mean, who among us doesn't reach back on something that was once magical?
Right.
People are going to I'm going to wear a jersey that I wore to game 1 of round 1 because it won that night. Like,
that's the way it goes. That's the game.
I know that like players aren't superstitions themselves, but Metza gave you really good play for a little while. Is it possible he could do it again? Without a couple of mistakes, or maybe he would have mistakes. I don't know. I'm open to a lot of ideas. We'll talk to Lindy coming up at the top of the hour, but he's got to find. They got to find a way, right? They got to find a way to just look better.
Yeah. That is the requirement for tonight. You can survive a loss and be in a hole that you're going to have to dig out of. But what if you go out there and get steamrolled again? There's going to be nobody on this earth that's going to walk around and think like they got a shot winning 3 in a row against these guys.
How would you feel if it was like a 5-4, like
overtime crazy shootout loss,
like an insane loss, or even if they win? Like, are you as comfortable going forward if they're able to pull out a win there?
Yeah, I think that's what we all knew was possible in this series, and if they get into that kind of game and it goes either way, you can reconcile that a lot better than I think you can the first 3 games of this series.
Yeah, 100%.
I think the first 3 games have been one team's playing great, one team's got a bad night. And if you end up in a good night for both teams and whoever comes out on top, at least you've got a good night left to give. That, to me, is huge in this series at this point. They have got to prove that they can play with this team right now because they haven't through 2 games. And game 1, Montreal had some excuses, and maybe those can be sort of relied on because of what we've seen in the next 2 games.
Yeah, we shall see. Game 4, as I've been saying all morning.
Yeah, game 4.
I can't stop.
It's your crutch saying right now is game 4. Just think about it.
Keeping me based in this and not getting too crazy, I guess. But I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll talk about the Bills opener, which. The leak kind of came, and then within 30 minutes,
it was pretty quick.
Like, that's the one. That's it.
Yeah,
Bills Lions.
Cool of them to just confirm it. Thank you,
right.
NHL. Maybe learn something. NHL, give us a schedule.
The scoreboard now is games confirmed in the stadium with date 1. Virtual fly-throughs of the facility still 0.
Wow.
We still haven't really done that. You get an occasional picture.
Yeah.
I feel like it'll never actually happen. Not that again, the thing's pretty much built now, and we're months away from it starting.
We'll be in there soon enough.
Yeah, right.
Also, like I know Ben Johnson's not there anymore, so the Lions maybe don't have the teeth they did with Ben Johnson. But stopping the run against the Lions, a pretty big challenge.
Yeah.
So Jim Leonard has a chance to cook something up and show us something good. Have you seen the rumor about the Bills in Week 1?
No,
I have not.
Okay.
Ooh, let's hear that.
We'll save it. We can. You want to tease it? We'll
tease it. Let's hear it after the break.
We'll do it on the other side.
Let's hear it after the break.
In my text club, when you're on the show, you see my text club. You can subscribe and get text from me, and you can write to me. I got someone that sent me a little, insider tip about Week 1. I don't know how true it is, but you want to have a little fun schedule speculation. I got a nugget for you when we get back.
All right.
Jeremy's back. Joe Kelly, Owen Parker. I've been with you all morning. This is WGR.
All right. Good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Owen Parker and Joe Kelly held it down for a couple hours. They're still here. They're not going anywhere. I told them, well, of course, you guys are here every morning anyway. I'm broadcasting from home. Shuffling, scheduling things. All right, so who's going to be the opener? First off question, gentlemen, you're in the studio. Who had the Lions at home as the pick? Joe and I did a draft of first team to play at Highmark, and one of us had Detroit. Do you see who it is, Joe?
I can. I'm looking right at it. It's you.
Score. $10.
JW.
Score.
$10 more bucks.
gets
Let's go.
the points.
My record on the bet board against Joe is
yeah, I don't.
good.
I don't know if I can remember Joe winning a bet on you on that bet board since I've been here, and I've been here a year and a half now. So
yeah. 10 more bucks. Cash it in. All right, so they're home against Detroit, which means they're going to open on the road. We know that. They're road opponents. I don't know if there's one that jumps out at you. We could kind of remove teams we think would not be in the mix. I could almost guarantee you they will not play at the Chiefs. Oh, the Chiefs are at home, sorry. I can guarantee you they will not play at the Rams in their opener, right? I don't think they'll play Denver in their opener. I don't think they'll play New England. They're not playing Green Bay in their opener. No way.
No shot.
I had somebody that said, little birdie told them Vegas is the opener.
Ooh.
Which,
all right.
4 o'clock, opening day, rookie quarterback. No, that's Kirk Cousins instead.
Probably Kirk, right? Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know if Vegas is the draw, but a 4 o'clock Sunday opener wouldn't be so bad, in my opinion. If you're on the road, you're not going to play primetime because you're playing primetime on Thursday, and we pretty much know the primetime games. Are the Bills going to be buried at 1 o'clock on the road against one of these teams? We know it won't be the Jets because the Giants play at home on Sunday Night Football. So I've seen a little bit of maybe Vegas is the spot.
I wouldn't mind that at all. Get off to a good start.
Not at all. Wouldn't mind it one bit. And then home for the Lions. Thursday Night Football to open.
That's a choice.
It's something. It's something.
For sure. Who's going to
me winning on Detroit on that draft is like nailing a 5th-round pick. Sweet. Score for me. Lindy Ruff, when we get back. Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff ahead of tonight's Game 4. Sabres and Canadiens. They probably need it pretty bad. We'll talk about the matchup. Game 3, all of it coming up with the Sabres head coach here on WGR.
Game 4 tonight, Sabres Canadiens in the belly of the beast. Montreal, puck drop set for 7 o'clock right here on WGR. Pregame starts at 6. We'll be awaiting the latest from the morning skate. And up next, Lindy Ruff's appearance with Jeremy White. Around the playoffs, Colorado defeated the Wild 5-2 last night. The series is now 3-1 in Colorado's favor. And yesterday we got some schedule news for the Bills as their home opener will take place in Week 2, hosting the Lions on Thursday Night Football on September 17th. The Buffalo Bills also signed former Chiefs linebacker Mike Dana to a one-year deal. For more on the signing, we have a piece up at our website, WGR550.com. Looking around the NFL, ESPN's Brooke Pryor said reports of the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers meeting over the weekend, quote, do not appear to have come to fruition. The Cowboys will host the Eagles for their annual Thanksgiving afternoon game this season, and the Chargers signed tight end David Njoku, formerly of the Browns, to a one-year contract worth up to $8 million. The Steelers signed kicker Chris Boswell to a 4-year, $28 million extension as well. You can catch every take, every reaction, and every big Buffalo sports moment live now on YouTube with Jeremy and Joe in the morning and Shope of the Bulldog every afternoon. Watch your favorite WGR hosts anytime, anywhere, live on air, live on YouTube. Brought to you by Belknap Heating and Cooling. For more comfort and less ka-ching, give Belknap a ring. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
All right, good morning, everybody. Game 4 on the way tonight. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's out on leave, but I'm here. Owen Parker's here, and Joe Cali is here. Thanks to the boys for holding it down the first bit of the show. Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff will join us as he does most Tuesday mornings. And again, today is Game 4 in Montreal. The Sabres down 2-1, looking to bounce back and even the series. And Joe, we got it. We good to go with Lindy? All right, good to go. Lindy, good morning.
Good morning, Jeremy. How are you?
We're all right. We're all right down here, you know, eager to get to tonight's Game 4. Paul Hamilton, he said with us earlier this morning that he'd never even he really hadn't seen an environment like that in Game 3. And it kind of struck all of us here in the morning because Paul's seen a lot of hockey. You've seen a lot of hockey. Just how intense was it for that Game 3 in Montreal?
Yeah, well, it was an unbelievable environment for sure. You know, and I thought we answered the call right off the bat by scoring, and then another great opportunity within a couple minutes to kind of silence the building. And you know, we were playing a good first period, and you know, we turned the puck over late in the period that turned. You know, we got a little bit of a bounce off of a Timmy shin pad and took advantage of it. But the environment was, it really was what I expected, and it is quite the atmosphere.
Did you get the sense that some of your players, as the game went along, started to get rattled by it?
You know, I don't think so. You know, I think I'll use the phrase I've used a lot. You got to be comfortable at this time of year, being uncomfortable. I look at the way our building and the way our fans have been. The opposition has to get used to that. This is playoff hockey. We did make some uncharacteristic mistakes defensively in some of our puck play that we really need to clean up. But is that because of the crowd? I don't know. That's a tough question to answer.
Lindy, you said like defensively there are some problems, whether it's puck management or is it structure and positioning. When you went back to watch to see what broke down, what was the biggest thing that you saw?
Well, you mentioned the two things, positioning, which we were, you know, you can go to game, 3, 4, 6 in Boston on the road. Our structure and our positioning was good. We made some terrible reads as individuals in that game, whether that started with an ill-advised puck play. Some of them you can break down that way. Some of them we vacated good ice too soon.
Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff, Game 4 tonight in Montreal. your top line. Tage got that goal early, and then after that, there were some more difficult spots. Do you feel like that line has to find another gear here, has to find something? Because it's been multiple games here where, in terms of shot share or scoring chance share, it seems like your top line is on the wrong end of it.
Yeah, and that is what the playoffs are all about. You look at our top line in Game 6. If you went to the analytics tonight game, they had tremendous numbers in Game 6 against Boston, and they've had a couple. It got off, like you said, to a great start inside the game. I thought the puck play at times wasn't good enough to garner more offensive zone time, which keeps you out of your own end. Sometimes playing defense is about just playing in the offensive zone and getting the other team on the scramble. They dump it out, and you're changing. We got caught on the wrong side of that. Our top line has got caught on the other side of that a few times. So we need more, for sure. We need more. This is not about one line or one person. We need more out of everybody. That playoffs is about taking advantage of big moments.
We've heard you a few times and a lot throughout the year talk about the importance of puck play, and I just wanted to see if we could get you to sort of lay out what good puck play looks like to you with this team. What kind of decisions are those? What kind of plays are those? And what are you really looking for early in a game to sort of decide whether you think your guys are making good plays with the puck that night or not?
Yeah, great question. For me, we're getting out of the zone within 4 or 5 seconds of a puck entering the zone. When we're going back for first touch, if we're out of the zone within, sometimes it's 3 or 4 seconds, if we make that good first decision, whether that is using your partner, whether that is, a strong side up, there's different options that we have talked about. But I base it on, did we get out of the zone right away? And some of those poor decisions, if we want to break down the goal late in the first period, we got first touch behind our net. We didn't execute the play. The puck stayed there, and eventually it ends up in the back of our net. If we execute that play and we had players going to the right place, we would have been out of the zone within 5 seconds. And those were plays that we were making at probably a 80-90% clip in the Boston series, and have made some really ill-advised ones in this series so far.
Lindy, what is the mistake there? You mentioned a timing. Is it a bad decision? Is it waiting too long that you saw? Was there any one problem that was more present than the other?
Yeah, I think it's all connected. When you're going back, do we have the support? A lot of it is puck support. Even after we made the mistake, our puck support should have been better on that play. And one mistake shouldn't hurt you if you've got puck support by the other players. And we've talked about this all year long. You don't get to where we got, end up finishing first in the division, end up playing all the big games leading to the playoffs. You win a playoff series if your puck support isn't good. If you don't have that second layer of defense where everybody makes mistakes, and if you can help out with that mistake that's made out there with your second layer of defense, a lot of times you can negate a big opportunity. And we've had breakdowns where our layer of support hasn't been there in these last couple of games, and we spent most of yesterday going through just our defensive play, because it's been the biggest reason we were able to get to where we need to get to.
And then, of course, there's turning that into offense. One thing I wondered about this series, and Martin St. Louis said something about it after Game 1, how his players had more room than they did in the Tampa series, and they had to learn how to play with it. Have you had a similar experience from Boston to Montreal? Is that, from one series to the next, is there a bit of a, for players, for anyone in the moment, realizing like it's a different team you're playing, you kind of have to readjust all of your settings to figure out how you're going to play against this team, because it's not the same team you've just played 6 in a row against?
Yeah, for sure. I think the structure for sure is different. There's more ice. We've got more room. We've created bigger opportunities. We had lots of good opportunities to
to take a bigger lead inside the game. We had great opportunities to start of the third period to get back inside, make that game a lot tighter game than it actually was. And I think both teams have seen that. The part that we need to be better at, that I thought we were really good at in the Boston, was time and ice. When we had chances to take time and ice away, our first guy was there, our second guy was there, our third guy was there, and then when our defense got the puck, we were moving it fast and playing quick, and we were going at the other team right away. We haven't taken enough ice away from them. That part of the game has been asked to be better. But is it different? For sure, it's different. I think you can see that there's more rush chances inside the game. The problem with a rush chance, when you're getting a rush chance and you're going in there 3-2 or 4-3, and you've skated over, and you create that scoring chance, if you've outnumbered them and that puck goes off the goaltender, goes to the right spot, they're coming the other way, and a lot of times they're going to have a rush opportunity against you. So it's making sure that trade-off, stays in your favor.
Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff joining us on the Western Hotline. Lindy, Alex Lyon stayed in the game throughout. Was there ever a moment where you thought a change there? I mean, the two-goalie system has worked for you guys a lot. I know after the game you said he did not you wouldn't put much on him, but sometimes, it's just a move that a coach will kind of go to when you're trying to change up the way that the rest of the players are feeling.
Yeah, for sure. There's no doubt. I really did feel inside the game it really wasn't about Alex. He had made some big saves for us inside of that game. There wasn't a lot he could do on a couple of the goals. So when I looked at it, I guess it's probably no different. What you're mentioning is all of a sudden I had pulled UPL and Alex went in. We've used three guys all year. We've used those two guys in tandem all year, and those guys have been real good for us. And again, I'll just echo the point that we didn't get to where we got without our goaltending being real strong.
Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff. Lineup changes. Are there changes coming? And Sam Carrick, I guess, there's a question here. He took a pretty nasty shot at the end of the game. Would that force a change?
Yeah, there possibly will be some changes for tonight's game. Sam did take a heck of a shot. Coming off injury and that being your first game, that wasn't an easy building to play in either for your first game inside of almost 6 weeks for Sam. But we were meeting this morning already before I got on with you guys, and yeah, we're talking about changing a couple things.
Lindy, you did change the power play. It got some tweaks and scored a power play goal. Also had a full power play basically inside their zone. So I would imagine you feel good about the tweaks that you made between games 2 and game 3.
For sure. I thought the first power play, again, the first two passes we made were right on the tape, and we mishandled them. The one to Benson down low, and then another one to Quinn on the half wall that kind of cost us time inside the zone. But I thought they settled in and did a great job. Scored a nice power play goal on a great rotation. Should have scored on the next power play. You look at this series, I think we've got 3 power play goals, and it'll be our special teams versus their special teams. I think that's going to be a big part of this series, and was a big part of this last game. Our discipline to not give them the number of power plays we gave them is going to be important too. But I like what our guys did.
Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff ahead of tonight's Game 4 with the Montreal Canadiens looking to even up the series. Lindy, best of luck, and we'll talk next week.
Thank you.
Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff. Tonight, Game 4. Lineup changes, right? I think I don't know how many that will mean.
I bet you see a change on Ford and a change on D.
Yes.
That's my prediction, is that I think you see one guy swapped out on both.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I don't know who that'll be, what that'll look like, but I would bet that you get a little bit of a jolt tonight. After 2 games of the way that they played, I think that's just what comes next here.
Mm-hmm.
It's the way the things go. So
I mean,
that's what I'm expecting.
Montreal's been tweaking their lineup, and Boston tweaked their lineup up and down, in and out of games they won and lost. One forward, one D. So the D is going to be what? We think Stanley's out?
I think Stanley.
Yeah.
I think.
For Kesselring?
Probably.
That's what Paul was. We were chatting with him about that. That's what it was kind of alluding to. We were thinking, we were maybe asking about Metza, but,
I think that this series gives you as good an opportunity to put Metza in a comfortable spot, just because this kind of fits his game. To my eye, he's able to skate. He moves the puck well, like we just heard from Lindy. Like good first touch, gets it out of his own end.
Yeah, the things he's talking about there. When you asked him about what is good puck management, what is good in your those are things that Metza does do well.
Yes,
he does really well. Whatever late game in the season when we were having all the Metza conversations, the Messiah again, nobody thinks he's actually going to save them, but can you just give them steadier minutes and maybe not take a penalty or
and it
whatever.
Really it takes one good play in the D zone to lead to a rush, to a power play, to whatever, and one little play like that at this time of year is worthy of switching a guy out. And if you think you're going to get that play from that guy, you do it.
On the blue line, the chat is talking about Luke Shen, which I don't think so. He's
that would be a nightmare.
A veteran who would have seen some pretty intense atmospheres.
Yes.
But I would not see that coming.
I mentioned yesterday as well, I don't think this is the series if you're ever going to use him, I don't think this is the series you do it. This team is too fast.
Yeah, we talked about Stanley being slow.
Right, exactly. You think you got a problem with Stanley's foot speed here. I think you're going to have a bigger issue with Shen. He brings some stuff. He could have been useful in Boston, against Boston, maybe. Or even if they get to Carolina, I could see him being maybe somehow useful there. But this series feels like the worst possible matchup for him, to me, at least.
And then the forward, what could it be?
I mean,
Kozak is in. Pearson.
Pearson is interesting, I think.
Boy, a Tanner Pearson inclusion into the lineup is not a respect to him.
Right.
What does that move? Who's he come in for? He comes in for Carrick because he has to?
Or Greenway?
Greenway?
If they're sketchy about that. I don't know. I think there's...
They tell me you'll get arrested for saying this, but Tyson Kozak with Doan and Benson did fine.
Right.
You're not allowed to say that. It's illegal to say that. But was it the Boston series? What series was it? When Oslin went down, Kozak had good numbers with them.
Yeah.
And he's fast, and it's fine. He's also banged up, too. So, whatever.
Right. And the reason I say Pearson is he was not in the group skating yesterday. He was one of the guys not on the ice. So that, if you're thinking, it was him and Kesselring are the two names that you're looking at not on the ice yesterday with the group of guys skating. The rest of it was Helenus, Kozak, Shen, Metza, Dunn, and both other goalies, Luukkonen and Ellis. So, I mean, Pearson you might see that tonight.
I don't try to read into Lindy. He's not going to tell us who's in goal tonight. Maybe he would have because they've been going with Lyon so consistently. But I think it's going to be Lyon. But is he setting the stage where if it doesn't go well, he'll shake it up?
I think
for Game 5?
That door is definitely
I think the door is open for it. Unless, not even Lyon has to play great to keep the spot. But if something about it is different, like the thing I like about Lyon and the thing I didn't like about Luukkonen, if we go back to when Luukkonen lost his job, it's small plays, Owen, and you would speak to this a lot, but we were watching the game together, maybe Game 1, where I thought Luukkonen was so passive, and Lyon is more aggressive, and whether that's a poke check, I know there's a lot of different things for you to look at, but I just thought Luukkonen was, letting the game
come to him,
happen around him, whereas Lyon was trying to dictate. And I just felt like that fit the Sabre style a little bit better. And even though he got beat for a bunch of goals, and you might not put him on him, before Montreal had scored, I thought Lyon looked as locked in as he could before the dam broke.
Yes, I totally agree. I think he made 4 or 5 saves before the first Montreal goal where you're like, he is giving them a prayer here. They are trying to give this lead away, and he is trying to stop them from doing it. And it just became too much. He makes one save, and then the rebound ends up getting buried. And I got nothing to complain about from him on that. And so I think it's interesting. You mentioned Luukkonen being more passive in. I think you're referring to a puck play decision, if I'm remembering correctly, right? It was a sort of a 50-50 puck.
He gave up a breakaway that he probably could have gone out and stopped.
Right. And I typically find Luukkonen to be much more aggressive than Lyon in terms of their, stopping the puck play. But I think Luukkonen, when he gets hesitant, is because he doubts himself at times. And I think that is what happened there is he probably saw that puck and went, I think I could get that, but I'm not sure, and I don't want to take the risk, so I'd rather just try and stop the breakaway. Yeah. And that's a play that I think Lyon handles differently. I think Lyon goes, I'm going. I'm not even thinking about it. That's my puck. I'm going to stop it. And so I think that speaks to a little bit of a difference in their mentalities, maybe like the way that they approach the game, whatever it might be. I don't want to go as far as to say maturity because I don't think it's an issue there, but it might be a matter of where their headspaces are at right now. And I think it's an interesting conversation. I talked to Marty yesterday. He thinks Luukkonen's in tonight. So it's all over the place. I think it's going to be really interesting.
If Luukkonen goes in like that, when they made the switch to Lyon, that did not strike me as a gamble. That struck me as, hey, they've done this. It's not that big a deal. And he gave up a really bad goal or two in the first two games. If they go to Luukkonen off of this, that to me is, hey, if it pays off, it pays off. But, man, what a gamble that would be.
I agree with you.
Yeah, I feel like
because you don't need more. You don't need better saves. You need better play in front of him. Mm-hmm. And I mean, sure. Sometimes, ask Lindy. You make that change to shake up everybody else. But man, I yeah. Hey, all that matters is did you win, right? Right. I know that.
Right. I mean, you look at the game that Luukkonen gets pulled. That game, too, you could point to a lot of issues surrounding him. Like, you could point the finger at him. Lyon, like Owen's been saying, you can't. Like, he's just not – he's not the center of the problem, if you will, on why these goals are going in. So, I think you roll with Lyon, but we'll see what happens. Luukkonen would be a choice.
Yeah. I think Luukkonen represents a high ceiling of, well, all right, this guy can steal games – but he can also burn you in a big way. And so that's part of why I'm thinking, I think Lyon's back tonight, and if it's shaky, that's when you put Luukkonen in because that's your last gasp. We need a guy that can maybe just steal us games. Mm-hmm. I don't think you are trying to ask Lyon to do that tonight. You're trying to ask your players to be better in front of him and then just ask him to do the same. Just play well. And we'll not give you so many chances to deal with. Whereas if you get steamrolled again tonight, you might be at, well, we need a guy that's going to take a game over, and we don't know that Lyon can do that, and Luukkonen can. We've seen that, but we just don't know that it's guaranteed to happen. But we got nothing else to do. We're down 3-1. We got to do something.
Also, if I could borrow a thing from the Bills here, you wonder if they get to the offseason – they like what has happened with the goalies, and all three goalies have been a big part of why they're good, right? We would all say that. That's a little bit of everybody eats, right? Hey, we got a bunch of guys, and it's gone well, and we like that we have that. And then you get to one offseason, and Connor Hellebuck might want to move, and Igor Shesterkin might want to move, and Jarmo Kekalainen might say, everybody eats was a lot of fun, but I'm going to go ahead and get a guy that I never take out in that scenario. Right. Mm-hmm. I wonder if they would be hunting in goal in the offseason.
I would be curious about that, too.
Yeah, could definitely see that.
And the reason I bring in the Bills there is, you can say you like what you have, and in the season you do, and then you get to the offseason and say, all right, do we want to try that again? The exact same thing we did again. Is that going to hold up the same way? I don't know. Game 4. No pressure. Listen, they have to win one in Montreal. It does not have to be this one.
That's very true.
That's all.
I like that. I like that take a lot.
Yes.
I like that a lot. That makes me feel better.
It would be way better if it was this one.
It would be way cooler. I would feel way better about it.
Way better if it was this one. But it doesn't have to be this one.
It does not.
And
it does not.
They've never come back from down 3-1 as a franchise in a series, right?
I think that's right.
All right. Well, yeah. That'd be fun.
Be the change.
Could you imagine?
Be the change. Yes. Be the change. The Warriors and the Cavs, if the Cavs had just won it regular in 5 or 6, it would have been cool, but rallying down 3-1, That's the ride.
To go with the Boston Game 1 comeback, they've become the real cardiac.
Yeah, you
cardiac
can't
kids.
have a great story without some drama, without some challenges along the way.
Exactly.
Anyway, 803-0550. You can't disagree with the idea with someone in the chat. I disagree. This is the one they need to win. The pressure down 3 wouldn't be too much. Whatever. They have to win one in Montreal. It does not have to be this
right.
one.
We're talking about the cold, hard facts here.
Yeah, cold, hard facts. They do have to win one in Montreal.
They're not eliminated tonight if they lose.
That's right.
So they do not have to win tonight.
Correct.
We have to have a discussion about what we label this game as tonight.
You guys got mad at me for calling must-wins in November against the Flyers. Because I'm like, if you're good, you're going to beat this, dog water team. Anyway. All right. Bill's schedule starting to come out slowly. By the time we get to Thursday for the full schedule review, we might have the whole thing.
Yeah.
We already got a good chunk, and we have the opener. We'll talk about it a little bit more, about the Thursday night, what that means, all that. Jeremy and Joe DiBiase, he's out on leave. He's back next week. Hopefully the Sabres are still rolling. Owen Parker, Joe Kelly are here as well, and we'll take your calls at WGR 803-0550.
For more comfort.
Now's the perfect time to make yourself comfortable with a new electric heating and cooling system from Belknap.
In Western New York, summer and winter bring extreme temperature conditions. Make yourself comfortable with Mitsubishi electric heat pumps, designed to keep your home cool in the summer and warm in the winter, no matter how hot or cold it gets outside. Call Belknap today to learn more.
I'm Gary Garfel, president of Belknap. We work on your schedule. We don't charge more for weekends and evenings. That's why we say,
give Belknap a ring.
Jeremy, we're here for Riverfront Auto Sales. $1,379.
Canadiens in the belly of the beast in Montreal. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock right here on WGR. Pregame starts at 6. Be awaiting the latest from the morning skate. If you missed Lindy Ruff's conversation with Jeremy White, that's going to be up on demand at WGR550.com. Around the NHL playoffs, Colorado defeated the Wild 5-2 last night. The series is now 3-1 in Colorado's favor. Yesterday, we got some schedule news for the Bills as their home opener will take place in Week 2, hosting the Lions on Thursday Night Football on September 17th. The Bills also signed former Chiefs linebacker Mike Dana to a one-year deal. For more on the signing, we have a piece up at our website, WGR550.com. Around the NFL, ESPN's Brooke Pryor reports of Steelers and Aaron Rodgers meeting over the weekend do not appear to have come to fruition. The Cowboys will host the Eagles for their annual Thanksgiving afternoon game this season. The Chargers signed tight end David Njoku, formerly of the Browns, to a one-year deal worth $8 million. And the Steelers signed kicker Chris Boswell to a 4-year, $28 million extension. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Callie for Western New York's Voice of the Fans, WGR.
Just such a dangerous team. They have 4 lines that can contribute, and so credit to them. I mean, it's our job now to be able to get it out of our system and be ready to play in the next game.
Sabres goaltender Alex Lyon, who we think will be in tonight. We shall see. Sabres and Canadiens in Montreal for Game 4 this evening. Be good for the league if the Sabres won this game. Is that a hot take? Is that a biased take?
No. It'd be very good for the league.
The Hurricanes have been uncompetitive in that they dominated their first 2 opponents. Colorado's up 3-1. I don't know that Anaheim and Vegas is moving the needle. Like, they need, I think, the NHL for television. They'd like some more games in this series.
Yeah.
Before they get to the conference final. I think it'd be good for the league if Buffalo-Montreal got to 2-2. So.
Absolutely. I think that this series has been billed as like, oh, this will be the best series of the second round. And
the games have not
been 3 one-sided games. Like,
yeah,
we're in need of the all right, show us the money here. Let's see these two guys go at it, and they just have not really, it hasn't been that good yet. And so I'm kind of waiting on that. I'm feeling like maybe we get that tonight. We get like a 5-4 overtime game.
There was a Stanley Cup final like this. I think it was San Jose Pittsburgh. If you go and check that final, that was a 6-game series and none of the games were good.
That stinks.
I think there might have been 1 lead change the entire series. And right now, the Sabres and Canadiens, we've got 1 lead change. That was Game 3 from 1-0 Sabres to 2-1. That's it. We're 3 games in. We have 1 lead change.
Right.
So, we'll see. Quick thought on the schedule for you. The Chiefs are going to open on Monday Night Football against the Broncos. And what day is it? It's May 12th. Do you want me to write off the Chiefs right now?
I'm ready for that.
I'm ready.
Famous last words. Here's why. Let me give you. They have a 3rd place schedule because they finished 6-11, and the Raiders picked ahead of them. All right, they're opening against the Broncos. Is Patrick Mahomes going to be ready? What do we think about all that?
No,
I don't know.
So.
I don't think so.
But opening against Denver is a pretty good indicator that the league is not going to protect them with Mahomes. Maybe he's ready. That'll be the biggest storyline maybe in football in the preseason. You're going to get endless Mahomes updates about whether or not he's healthy. But the Chiefs' schedule, even as a 3rd place schedule, you have 2 against Denver, tough. 2 against the Chargers, that's tough. The Patriots, Niners, and then road games against the Bengals, Bills, Rams, and Seahawks. That is a battle to get to 10-7, 9-8. If Mahomes has to miss any time, and that roster did just, add in the draft and traded away Trent McDuffie, but I really wonder about them. To get the Broncos in their opener, granted they are going to be at home, if Mahomes is not ready to go, they're going to be in big trouble. So
100%.
I agree.
I like that they're not getting protected, though. I will say that if they're they're going to put them against a top opponent right away.
Well, that's
in the
thing.
division.
Like they have, since it's a third place schedule. If you believed that the league was out to help the Chiefs, you would see them play in the first 6 weeks of the season. You'd get the Raiders in there at least once, the Cardinals, the Jets, the Falcons, right? You'd see their easy games front-loaded to try and, let's ease them through their period where they're unsure if their quarterback's going to be healthy. So, anyway, we'll see. Bills and Lions Thursday night football to open this.
They wanted Fitzpatrick bad in the new stadium,
Yeah.
I think that Prime wanted that, if you're asking me. But
I'll tell you, it is a primetime game, but doesn't Thursday at 8 o'clock get fewer viewers than Sunday at 4 by a lot? It's not exactly
right.
It's not exactly this great coronation, and I don't mind it, but at the same time, for anybody out there that just keeps saying it, like they're opening the stadium on a Thursday, I tend to agree. It's kind of ridiculous. Like a Thursday against the Lions, and I'll be accused of being the party pooper. Fine, let's do it. Connecting the Bills to Ralph Wilson and Detroit is just like, who can't you connect them to if you think
Right.
they're leaning into the Detroit connection? They're doing what?
Yeah,
No, they're not.
Too.
Like Sal would make the point, they could be against the Jets. The original Highmark against the Jets. Yes, that would be a callback to what they did. And they also closed out against the Jets. The Lions, the history of the Bills and Lions is primarily playing in preseason games with fifth-string quarterbacks throwing passes backwards. They did not put these two teams there because of a legacy of
history. And
I'm sure they will maybe claim they did, but this might be a great example of all the things you've ever wanted to tie together in sports. You can just tie anything together.
Yeah.
Oh, Bills, Bears, Lake cities. Yeah, that's why, guys. They wanted two lake cities to play against each other. Bills,
Cleveland.
They chose Bills Bengals because they're both the Queen City. You could tie a million things together if you want to, but no, they did not pick the Lions because of the legacy. It's because the Lions are maybe good and interesting. And if you want to jump in the fantasy football waters, Bills Lions is juicy on a Thursday night.
Yeah.
For week 2, when everybody's teams are still alive, mostly.
Hopefully.
DJ Moore debut at home against the Lions, a team you would know fairly well. Yeah.
They are going to have preseason games at the stadium, right? So technically it's opening before that for fans and all that, right? Technically speaking?
They will have preseason games. Yep, they will. They'll have the blue and red.
Yes.
The blue and red is the first thing that's going to be at the stadium. And then at least they'll have 2 preseason games because they have 9 road games, which means there's 1 road preseason and 2 home preseason.
Well, that'll be interesting.
Yeah.
I am just so excited just to see what the building looks like.
Yeah.
That's really all I am thinking about when I'm thinking about this game because I'm not in football, mode yet. I'm just that building is going to be psychotic.
Yeah. They put the color on the buffalo symbol on the outside
Yep,
yesterday.
I saw
The
that.
finishing touches are going up, and it just looks phenomenal.
Did you see they tweeted out and Schefter tweeted out also a video of the stadium doing all these light sequences and light patterns and stuff?
Oh, I didn't see that.
The flickers and all of it. Yeah, it was really cool.
All right.
Yep.
Some strobe lighting action. I wonder if they're going to have some fancy lights for touchdowns and field goals. And all the business.
That'd be cool.
That'll be interesting.
803-0550 if you want to join us in 1-888-550-2550. Gina still there?
Yes.
Gina in Delaware. Gina, what's up? Good morning, Gina.
Good morning. So let's first of all say, what game is it, Joe Kelly? Game 4! Joe Kelly said that so many times this morning. I was like, Joe Kelly, stop. You're making me so nervous. Okay, so Jeremy, Thursday night football, Lions, brand new stadium. I'm sorry, that's a little lame. But let's get past that and let's talk about what Lindy Ruff said. Let's be comfortable being uncomfortable. They must win this game, Jeremy. They must win. We don't want to come back crawling back. We must take the noise and turn it into fuel. We know we can do it. We must not flight. We must fight physically and mentally. Owen, I got a question for you. Lion, I want to stay in the game. I think he's cool, calm, and collected. I think he could care less about the chatter. But this Dobish, you've said it before, he's an emotional dude. Do you think one key winning of this game, which we will win, is getting into his head? That's my question to you. Total respect to you, Owen. I love listening to you, and now I will listen to your answer. Go Sabres!
Yeah, so I think that Dobish, as you mentioned, is a very emotionally not always the most stable athlete. And so there are definitely
for better or for worse.
Exactly, and that's the point I was just going to make. Is
he
that
did something? Not to interrupt. He did something that Lyon did earlier, which like Dobish looks like he's going to go chirp people. He chirped the Sabres bench.
Oh yeah,
he was chirping players. So anyway, continue.
Yes,
Sorry.
so he is a guy that rides the wave, as they say. He likes to sort of embrace the momentum of the game, which can be really good, which we saw in Game 3. He makes a couple of big saves, and it kind of charges him up, and then they're able to stop the Sabres' big push, which was really impressive. And then there are also moments where you see him get really frustrated and really sort of despondent and angry, and it absolutely is a detriment to his game. And that is what the Sabres, I think, are trying to prey on a little bit. They're trying to get in there. I think that's why you saw Malenstein, do what Malenstein did. And you've seen Krebs, Dahlin, Benson all talking to Dobish. And that is because they think they can get him off.
Yeah.
And I think they are right. I think they could. But what they need to do is get it, and then score and get it again. And that's kind of what Benson did late in the period in Game 2, was he chirped at him, and then he scored, and then he went right back at him before he went to the bench. And I think that got to him a little bit. I could see him like almost like I could almost see from the press box him yelling at himself or somebody, but he was hot. And so that is a thing that is there to be had. And I'm going to keep an eye on that tonight.
2 questions about that. Is there any chance that what Malenstein did can have a life beyond just Game 3?
Oh, yes. I think.
And I don't mean the Canadians chasing Malenstein around. I mean on Dobish himself.
Yes.
Like, the batter wears a fastball in the ear, and the next time he's up, it's a little different. Like, he's played a lot of goal, Owen, but is Malenstein that he tried to jump over him and take the hit off a little bit, but can that live on?
I absolutely think it can, and I think you already saw it have an effect on him in even that game. There was a play, I don't know, 5 minutes later maybe, where there's a shot taken from far out, and Krebs was driving the net, and Krebs went to cut around and was going to miss the crease by 5 feet. And Dobish was on the top of the paint. He had the puck in his chest. He looked up and saw Krebs just skating anywhere near him and got up and went to shove him away. So he knows, and he is thinking about, these guys are getting near me, and they're getting on me, and I don't like it.
That was the Boston series. That was Swayman. The Bruins were complaining about it the entire series.
Yep. And I think that's something that it's pretty clear to me that this team thinks they can use to their advantage of let's see if we can't throw their guy off a little bit. And so that it's a dangerous game because there is a part of him that if it goes well, it fuels him. And it's like putting a can of nitrous into an engine. And you're just like, all right, I'm hitting the boost. Here we go. It's either going to blow this engine up and it's going to fry and we're stuck and we're stalled out, or we're going to win this race.
Yeah.
That is the analogy to me. It's a nitrous can, but you don't know whether your engine can handle it. And that is Dobish.
Last thing before the break. Who's the goalie who is the most stone cold, emotionless zombie in the league?
Right now?
Yeah. Just like we're talking about all this, guys that get fiery and, goalies are weird. Who is the most stone cold killer?
I always think of Hellebuck for that. He tends to be, although I've seen him once in a while, he'll get a little hot. That's a good question. Carey Price was always the easy answer for this one. He was always a stone cold killer, but now he's out of the league. Let me think about that. I'll get a good answer for you at the other side.
803-0550, Game 4. tonight. Game 4 in Montreal. Sabres looking to even the series, and if they do, all's forgiven. Come home for Game 5, and it would be a big scene. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's on leave this week again, and he'll be back with us next week. Joe Kelly, Owen Parker here as well. For your phone calls, your comments in the chat, anything you got for us, bring it. Game 4 tonight here on WGR. Jeremy White, Owen Parker, Joe Kelly. I went back to the start of the feed, the YouTube chat. Like, you can watch the show on YouTube, of course, and you can, see in real time what people were saying. And when they saw that it was just Owen and Joe Kelly and no me and Joe, my God, they were excited. Gentlemen, they were a hero's welcome for you two.
Yeah.
Look at these guys. Yeah.
Did you see them doing like an
All the
hour and a
names.
half of names, like named Buffalo Sabres? There were like, I don't know, 150 names.
We were doing Remember Some Guys?
Remember Some Sabres, and it was
for over an hour and a half.
nonstop. It was the greatest thing I've ever seen in the chat.
It's the best content.
It's so good.
The old school thing is like, you shouldn't do lists on the radio. It's like, yeah, but if you just sit around and remember some guys, people like to do that.
Yes.
What was the best name you saw?
I threw Cliff Poo out there. I got involved.
I saw Cody Eakin, who's always a favorite in these things.
Cody Eakin.
Johan Larson was another guy.
We did go from Sabres names to like Sabrina Carpenter,
John Hayden,
Taylor Swift,
Sabrina Carpenter,
like all this crazy stuff in there. Like it was whatever her name. Carrie Underwood made an appearance.
Yes.
Like all this other stuff.
Now we're just remembering humans.
Yeah, it just became humans.
Yeah.
So.
Name a person.
Yeah, but they were also doing it last name, comma first name, which was the funniest part. It was not just throwing the names out there.
You never know what's going to go on in there.
No.
Fair enough. 803-0550, our phone number. We're open for your phone calls on the other side. The Patriots are opening their season in Seattle, according to sources. Super Bowl rematch. All right. Not bad. Bills host the Lions in Week 2. We wait to find out what their Week 1 opponent could be. Let's make a pick. They're probably going. Well, we know they're going to go on the road. So where do you want to start? We'll get to that and continue to try and pump up the vibes for Game 4, which of course is here tonight on WGR.
Game 4 tonight. Sabres, Canadiens in the belly of the beast in Montreal. Puck drop set for 7 o'clock right here on WGR. Pregame will start at 6. We'll be awaiting the latest from Morning Skate. Lindy Ruff did join Jeremy White in the last hour. You can find that on demand at WGR550.com. Looking around the playoffs, Colorado defeated the Wild 5-2 last night. That series is now 3-1 in Colorado's favor. Yesterday, we got some schedule news for the Bills as their home opener will take place in Week 2, hosting the Lions on Thursday Night Football on September 17th. But the Bills also signed former Chiefs linebacker Mike Dana to a one-year deal. For more on the signing, we have a piece up on our website, WGR550.com. Looking around the NFL, ESPN's Brooke Pryor said reports of the Steelers and Aaron Rodgers meeting over the weekend do, quote, not appear to have come to fruition. The Cowboys will host the Eagles for their annual Thanksgiving afternoon game this season. The Chargers signed tight end David Njoku, formerly of the Browns, to a one-year deal worth up to $8 million. And the Steelers signed kicker Chris Boswell to a 4-year, $28 million extension. You can catch every take, every reaction, every big Buffalo sports moment live, now on YouTube with Jeremy and Joe in the morning and Show Up with the Bulldog every afternoon. Watch your favorite WGR hosts anytime, anywhere, live on air, live on YouTube. Brought to you by Belknap Heating and Cooling. For more comfort and less ka-ching, give Belknap a ring. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
All right, everybody, good morning. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's out on leave. You got me, you got Owen Parker, you got Joe Kelly. The fellas held it down early. Had a conversation with Paul Hamilton at 7 o'clock. We talked with Sabres head coach Lindy Ruff at 8, and now we're talking with you. What are the highlights from this morning, guys? What else did we miss? What else did I miss? I mean, if people were listening. You know, you opened up talking Game 4.
Yes, Game 4.
The reports are that
Game 4.
Joe Kelly has said the words Game 4 so many times he's made them dramatic.
Yes,
I guess
the
so.
big voice guy is next.
Game 4.
Yeah.
No, we talked about the changes, the lineup, like what forward D, what do we think's going to happen there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, goaltending.
Briefly touched on the goaltending thing. What else did we even talk about? I don't even know. We just talked.
It was all a blur. It was kind of just chit chat.
You know, yeah.
Just about Game 4, trying to chit chat. Yeah,
that's what this is.
Yeah,
yes.
You could call it sports. You could call it sports chit chat. It's not much different.
It's
right?
really, yeah.
It was more just trying to help everybody get into a good mindset about Game 4.
Oh,
yeah. That was it.
There was one thing I wanted to mention earlier that I didn't get to. That
okay.
I like, and Jeremy, you've been on this too, but like,
ready?
Can somebody fight tonight?
Yes.
Am I allowed to want somebody to fight tonight?
Who's it going to be?
Jordan Greenway.
Because
Tanner Pearson.
Hold on.
I don't
know. The closest thing we got to a fight was at the end of the first period last game, the Canadiens' penalty kill baited the power play into a fight.
Yes.
And I thought, of all the times to not do it,
right?
You're already up a man. Don't take the bait because they've got killers out against your power play guys.
Yeah.
And you'd probably always take that change as the killers.
100% you do. 100%. I know.
Well, there goes Darlene to the box.
Exactly.
Like, okay.
All right. Great. Thanks.
And he was actually the only one that got one, which actually made it worse.
Yes,
right.
It was.
But, the penalty kill should try to get matching minors every time, I think. Like, oh, yeah, cool, let's get that guy off the ice. Yeah,
I'm craving a little bit of that in this series. Game 3 got nasty. Don't get me wrong.
You've said it. Their gloves are glued on.
Yes. They just won't shed them.
I want to see Owen Power get in a fight tonight. That would be an all-time.
All right.
That would be that would be what the series needs, right?
Ready? What's more likely? A 3-0 deficit recovered from, or Owen Power dropping the gloves and throwing bombs?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Make it 3-1. Fine. They lose tonight, they win the series. Like down from 3-1, or Power,
definitely
gets in one.
loose. Definitely Owen Power.
I feel like Power getting loose is probably less likely.
That's the underdog? All right.
Yeah.
Well, 803-0550 is our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550. We'll catch up on some calls. I got a quick football thing for you. Here's the question for you guys on the schedule. Like, we know Bills Lions is going to be week 2. Do you have, because I've kind of, created this answer. Do you have a team you don't want to see early in the schedule?
Ooh.
That's a good
right?
question.
Like, of all the opponents who you don't want to see early, because I have I have an easy answer for this, that I would like the Bills to play this team Thanksgiving and on, and I've got multiple reasons for it. But a team you don't want to see early in the schedule.
I think Baltimore for me. I think that could be top billing, especially with the change over there, and I think that could be a good later in the season kind of a game, especially
It's
as
also
you're figuring
more
out
likely.
playoff stuff.
It's also more likely Lamar misses time because he misses time every season.
Yes,
with something.
Right.
I look at their opponents, and the first team I think of is the Chargers, because I want to give Justin Herbert the least amount of time with Mike McDaniel as humanly possible.
So you want to see him early?
Yes.
I want to see him early. Sorry, yes, I flipped it.
Yes,
I flipped the question, but that's the first thought that popped into my head is don't let me see the Chargers late, because I think they'll maybe have figured something out and really be a problem.
Yeah, it's funny. This could go either way. The Chargers are my do not want to see early.
Wow,
I want to see them. I want to see them late, because one of the things about Mike McDaniel is he'll just invent a new type of motion this year in August, and for 6 weeks it'll be unstoppable.
Right,
and then maybe the league will get a little bit of an idea to how to what the Chargers have. I don't know how everybody feels about Mike McDaniel. I think he's a heck of an offensive mind. And is he a little quirky? Maybe. But he got Tua to lead the league in passing. And he had 2 track star receivers and a track star running back, and turned out a great run game at times. And it all fell apart around him. Now he's got a team that's way more talented than Miami was, defensively for sure. And he's not even the head coach, of course. It's Jim Harbaugh. But Herbert with a couple of speed backs and a power back, and Ladd McConkey and Brennan Thompson, track stars on that team. I would like to see the Chargers late. What you're saying, Owen, is not wrong. Like, they could really spin up into something great. Right. I also think it's very, very possible that they hit the ground running with everything schemed up and really pressing defenses early on. So
that also tracks to me, because you're right. McDaniel's such an innovator that he could have some fresh stuff cooked up.
They scored 70 in week 3, and then soon after, they had kind of fallen apart.
Yeah, the offense turned anemic. Yeah, you're right. I just have some concern about if Herbert and him work, and that pairing is a dynamo, I think it could be.
Then it could be nasty.
If you get Herbert to it could take him 3, 4, 5 weeks to okay, I get this, and I know what this system runs like, and I know how to put Mike McDaniel's brain in my body and do the things I do and execute, which is I think what Tua did to the most part in Miami. It's just he doesn't have the physical gifts that Justin Herbert did. And if Herbert's able to do a similar thing to that and run an offense that is able to do the things that the Miami offense did under McDaniel at times, I think that is a horrifying thought.
Yeah.
With the Jim Harbaugh defense.
That's another added layer to that.
Give me another piece of that pie, and that's tough.
Yep. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. If it's thought on the schedule, if it's thought on tonight's Game 4, you can bring either our way, and we'll get some more phone calls in from you. Next up, we're going to go to Bob in Arkansas. Bob, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Good morning. It's your lucky day. You get to talk to one of 3 people in Arkansas who cares about hockey.
I was going to say, Bob, if we're threading the needle here, if you told me at the start of the year we're going to talk Sabres second round playoff hockey with a caller from Arkansas, I got to be honest, I think it might have been an underdog.
That wasn't on your bingo card.
That's right.
Bingo card. Yeah,
That's
man,
right.
It's a lonely life down here as a hockey fan. I'll say that. But yeah, I mean, anyway, a side note, you guys are talking about fiery goalies. I remember growing up, going to the Odd, watching Tom Barrasso play. I love watching that guy play, and he was a fireball. Anyways, I was calling about Dobish. One of the things I'm seeing, and maybe I'm wrong, I was kind of asking Owen about it, is he seems to give up some juicy rebounds, but we never really get anybody jamming the net or they're too clogged in. Kind of a thought as a strategy. I mean, getting some more pucks on net and seeing what he gives up as a rebound, if we maybe get some cheap goals that way, instead of trying to work so hard to get these goals, making several passes,
Yeah, so that's an interesting idea. That he does give out some juicy ones that lay around in front of him, and he often will miss covers on pucks that are just sitting there, which is a weird. I've seen it from him more than I've seen it from maybe anybody else. Like, he will put his glove down as if he's trying to cover it and just miss. It's a very odd thing that happens. But the deal with Dobish is he is so athletic and so aggressive that shooting for rebounds might be doing you a disservice in terms of if you're shooting for a rebound, you're foregoing the ability to make an east-west play. And an east-west play goes in on this guy a lot. And if you're passing that chance up for the chance at a rebound that is sort of a 50-50 battle puck, or maybe even you don't even have a guy there and you're just hoping that it takes a good bounce or something, it may not be the most efficient way of generating offense against this goaltender. I think he is really, really good at challenging a shooter straight up, not giving him anything, and making saves that way. But if you get him in that challenge mindset and then make a pass, even if it's 4 feet, that is enough to get him moving, and that puts him behind the 8 ball at that point. And he's a great athlete, so he's able to cover the bottom half of the net, but if you elevate on him after an east-west play, it is often going to get by him.
Well, one thing about this series is, like, we can talk about the goalies a lot, and we have, but what the Sabres need is a period where they get 10 high-danger chances and Montreal gets 1, right? Like, regardless of goalie. Because I'm thinking back to the Boston series, and it was the Doan, Benson, Norris line, or Doan, Benson, Ostlund were, like, just owning that team. And, hey, Zadorov's on the ice. This is good. Like, attack them.
Right.
Peak is on the ice. Attack those guys. Boston didn't have the players to handle their forecheck. And so far, like, Montreal has had a reasonable amount of answers. The Sabres' top line is just in Death Valley right now in terms of their expected goal share. I know Tage got that goal to open Game 3. If he doesn't have that, what are we saying about that line in the last 2 games?
They've been a ghost.
Horrible.
It's impossible.
Yeah.
And if we're being honest about that goal, like, what is the work done on that goal? The work is just to be at the side of the net and be ready.
To be there.
Which is a good job. Great. You got there into a good area with Dahlin crashing down for a shot. But it's lucky it got on his stick where it did.
And it might be one of the few types of goal. Listen, if he has a wrist or some sort of hand injury that's affecting his stick handling and his shot, that might be the only goal he can score.
Right.
Like, if he can't rip a shot or if he can't dangle like he did in Game 1 against Boston, then he's got to go to the front of the net. And that might be the only thing he can really do is be around and try and just, like, hawk in some rebounds.
Right, which is, if that's his role, then he's got to understand how he's got to play that, because he's got the frame that could do that still and be somewhat effective. Obviously not the player that we all would like him to be right now in terms of just, taking over and creating scoring chances for himself. But if that's what he can do, that's what he can do, and you live with it.
While we were talking to Bob in Arkansas, I learned that the Arkansas Razorbacks hockey team is a prominent, like, D2, D3 program.
Yes, I have even heard of this.
Look at that. How about that? And there's maybe the Arkansas River Blades.
Yeah.
I'll look into that, too.
Wow.
Yeah.
I love that name.
That's good. River Blades.
It's like the river in the river hockey. The Blade
River
Gang
hockey
had a
Blade
baby.
Gang hybrid. Yeah. Wow, that's a good point. We might have to find those guys.
We got to
the River
workshop
Blades.
the Sabre fan nickname, right? Isn't that also a conversation? The Saberhood. We do Blade
listen,
Gang or
prove this wrong. The problem is we haven't had a new meme in like 2-3 games.
Very true.
We need like a meme a game, some sort of cultural thing that all of a sudden we have, and we haven't had one. Right?
It's a very good point.
I'm trying to think of any missing opportunities that we had that they could have been. I mean, the Malenstein missile moment was pretty good.
Yeah.
But that's true. Or is it a chicken and egg situation where it's like, are there no memes because they're losing?
Yeah, that's very true.
That's possible too.
So we have an injury update from the Flyers. Do not read this because I'm going to tell you this is incredible.
Oh boy!
Like, no, it's no
Is it
joking. I think it's okay.
Okay.
The point is he's okay, but the ever escalating. Oh, I was actually playing with a reanimated arm off of a zombie.
Oh
Yeah.
my Lord.
Hold on,
Oh,
Owen
no.
Tippett. Tippett of the Flyers.
And I love Tippett too.
I was unable, as a statement on behalf of Owen Tippett of the Flyers, I was unable to return to the second-round series against Carolina due to an internal bleeding issue I sustained during the first round against Pittsburgh.
What?
Series of evaluations, rehabilitation on the Flyers medical team, making progress, feeling better each day despite being cleared to travel and skate. I was not, at certain times, still reading here from the statement, things did not progress at a pace I'd hope to allow myself to continue playing. Beyond proud of what our team did, blah, blah, blah. End of series, injury reveal, who had internal bleeding.
Nice.
That's unreal.
That is insane.
Yeah.
What is that? How does that happen? Is that getting crunched on the boards, like near the bench, and you get the bench like kind of tearing into you?
If I'm not mistaken, there's a story about, is it Lindros? Lindros's battle with the Flyers back in the day was about, they wanted him to travel and he shouldn't have medical. He had a collapsed lung.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah, and they wanted him to fly, and he wasn't supposed to. Yeah,
there's all
that was
kinds
nasty.
Of, yeah.
There's also, I feel like when Drew Bledsoe sheared a blood vessel in his lung, that's when Brady went in 2001.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, yeah, this is all the way back in 2000. I'm reading a story here. Flyers and Eric Lindros, one ugly night. It's about the medical mismanagement. Here's Owen Tippett of the Flyers with internal bleeding. So.
The NHL is a pretty toxic injury culture, no? You got to hide everything. You're internally bleeding.
Well, I mean, the guys want to play,
and they don't want to
play through it at whatever cost.
It is so interesting that it's so different from other sports, though. Like, there's half of these injuries that these guys have. Any other sport, you're just not playing.
I would say that. I would also say, this sport does not force them to disclose.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And in football, if you did not have to disclose, I think it'd be similar. Right? Josh Allen will never tell you when he has a broken hand.
No.
Josh Allen doesn't tell you when he plays the rest of the season ends, and he's on crutches. He's not telling you. It is required that if a player sees the medical or does this or does that, Sal talks about it all the time, you are required to say you were limited or you're on the injury report. If you got treatment, you're on the injury report. And if there were an injury report in hockey, how many names would be on it?
Oh,
all of them?
16 a
right?
game.
Mm-hmm. So it's not to take anything away from hockey. It's just to say it's kind of like what Joe said here, Joe Kelly, that the culture is there. And, of course, the framework is there from the league to not disclose what everybody might be going through.
Right. It is, like Callie said, it's a culture of it. It's the whole thing. It's not just the players want to be tough. It's the system keeps them this way. They don't have to disclose. They don't have, all of that adds into to create this sort of beast that is just playing through whatever you could physically possibly play through.
The most you'll get is an LBI or something like that. They don't even specify, so.
Yep.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Game 4. Do they carry the torch in every game, or is it just to start like a homestand?
Oh, that's a
I
good question.
believe it is every game.
It's like the drum banger.
So Kirk Muller was game 3.
Who's the
Somebody's
next
going to carry the torch in for game 4?
I think somebody's going to do it tonight. I think that's right.
Oh, by the way, I have a friend that's going to this game.
Oh.
A Sabres fan.
Wow.
Wearing Sabres gear will be at this game.
I hope the best for them.
Can you believe that Montreal fan sold it just for a profit? Can you believe that?
How dare they?
This Montreal fan, fake fans, fake fan base.
Not a real fan base.
Not a real fan base. They don't care. They don't care. Also, I've seen prices for the Bills game, the opener against Detroit.
That's got to be steep.
Those tickets are pricey.
It's got to be pretty steep.
hey, of all the scenarios that we're going to lead to, maybe I'll sell that ticket. Thursday night had to be top of the list.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, if you're coming in from Rochester, Canada, anywhere,
Yeah.
you make a trip. We know Bills fans travel from Cincinnati, Columbus,
Cleveland.
right?
Yeah,
Dayton,
anywhere.
Come in from 5-hour drives every week, and it's a Thursday night. That very well could be all right, I'm going to sell that
Deal
ticket
breaker,
and
yep.
go to game 3 or game 4, week 3, week 4. So.
The one cool thing about the new stadium that keeps popping in my brain every so often is for the rivalry series. I remember we might get the end zones painted differently because it's actual grass and not turf.
Right.
So you get another added wrinkle if they wear those and hopefully win this time. But
Speaking of which, we are also going to get 8 new rivalry sets around the league.
Right, the new batch.
Yeah. A totally new batch.
That's right.
I like that they're doing that year, like season by season, so it's not all at once. But I
Yeah.
don't know. The announcement for the announcement, which is going to be the schedule release.
This year, it's the AFC South and NFC North. Community-inspired alternate uniforms. So that's Jaguars, Texans, Colts, Titans, and then Bears, Lions. And the Bills play a lot of these teams. They play the entire NFC North. You could see the rivalry uniforms for the Bears, Lions, Packers, or Vikings. Boy, of all the teams, this is going to be just like when the NHL did those reverse retros, and the Red Wings and the Bruins and the Canadiens are like, they're just the same jersey. That's what the Bears are going to do. Mm-hmm. Look, there's an extra stripe. Here's our
socks
inspired,
are different.
It's inspired by our community. They like an extra stripe or something. Right? What are the Packers going to do?
Yeah.
They're going to look like SpongeBob with just a bunch of cheese holes in a yellow.
They're going to
jersey.
wear their yeah, right. Yeah, the yellow will be Swiss cheese. Yeah. They'll put little cheese heads on top of the number font. Like,
yes.
Right.
Who knows? But that's what's coming up. I don't know if there's any leaks about that yet or any.
I haven't seen anything on that yet.
No.
Houston is like Space City. They could very much lean into that.
Yes, that'd be cool.
Yeah. Oh, I'm seeing that the Oilers, not to change gears too much, but the Oilers are considering major coaching changes and have requested to interview Bruce Cassidy.
Whoa.
Edmonton.
Yeah, that's pretty significant and juicy.
All right.
A lot breaking here.
I saw a picture. Is it real? You have to ask all the time. McDavid and Matthews.
I saw that too. I don't know that was real, but it would not surprise me. They are known to be like friendly, good, like they know one another pretty well.
Both looking for a new landing spot, possibly?
Quite possibly.
Spotted at Cactus Club in Edmonton.
Yeah. Interesting that Matthews went to him.
Yeah, that is.
In Edmonton. And, McDavid didn't come down to Arizona where Matthews likes to roam around.
What an unbelievable power move it would be for McDavid to get Austin Matthews to go to Edmonton.
Could you imagine that hockey team? McDavid, Draisaitl, Matthews down the middle. That's your center spine.
That'd be crazy.
No, they can't fit the money. It would never work. But
find a way.
With all three of them, it would be insane. Insane.
803-0550 is our phone number, and 1-888-550-2550 if you'd like to join us. Hanging out here. We got the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Oh, and how many shows are you on later today?
I will be joining Gene Battaglia in Rochester for a hit at 2:30.
Okay.
So that's it. That's all I got today.
And you're done?
Nobody's got to worry about hearing too much of me today, hopefully.
Post-game? Post-game?
No post-game. Only home games for post-game, although I might get a remote unit and start doing that too. We'll see.
If you guys want to come over, we're gonna watch the game out back tonight.
Nice.
Be nice out. If you want to come over, you're welcome to come over.
My old man abandoned me on Sunday night.
Oh,
yeah.
I was like, I'm going to stick around and watch the game with you. And he texted me. He was like, I'm going to Hamburg. Oh, great. All right. Thanks, dude. This is awesome. Gosh, guy.
He got you back for Boston. You abandoned him.
Right. I did. I did bail on him for Boston.
Yeah.
I did. Although Hamburg, Boston, elimination game.
Game
3.
Careful what you say about Hamburg. Hamburg's a lovely place.
I don't disagree.
Mm-hmm.
I don't disagree.
803-0550 is our phone number. All right. When we get back, schedule stuff.
Any
Sabres
drum banger
Canadiens.
waivers? Do we have any motion there?
We will have to process some before Thursday. I have an open roster spot because Ryan Miller cashed in, and it's 2-2, you and me. And, of course, Owen and Sneaky Joe have been shut out in the drum bangers draft.
Embarrassing. Embarrassing. I got to drop.
Big
Kurt
waiver.
Russell.
It's funny now. Now that we're this deep into the drum banger draft, I feel like we can play the game a little bit more, you know?
Yeah.
Like we're playing the Sabres a little bit more. So.
Yeah, we know we've kind of got a sample size. All right, what are they doing? They're doing all right, more celebrities than we would have thought.
One former Sabre can play that in. We'll see.
It's going to be interesting. Big one, though. Like, that's got to be there's some options out there, I think.
I'm going to have to get Jim Carrey back on the roster. I'm feeling it.
Jim Carrey is so ridiculously insane. What are we talking about? Jim Carrey.
Wait, Jim Carrey. By the way, I saw Wyatt Russell at the game.
I saw him as well, yeah.
And I also saw Shane Doan at the game.
Oh.
He's now he's out there. He's floating.
Yep.
He's in the wind.
He's a free agent, and it was there at game 2. I saw Shane Doan walking in.
Yep.
My thing when I see famous people is not to like stop them. Not that you can if you want to shake their hand. I just always notice it when they're like 6 steps past me.
Yeah.
And then I turn back and I just kind of say it to the universe, like, "Oh, that's Shane Doan." And then that's by the time I would even. All right, well.
How many people do you think you've annoyed by as they walk by you? They're like, "Oh, I got through. That guy definitely recognized me. I got through it. Now nobody's going to come up to me." And then you go, "Hey, look, it's blah, blah, blah."
Yeah, you put the big red road in there.
Everybody's, what? Who's that?
Yeah. There wasn't really anybody around me.
No, I know.
Like,
It's just funny.
I also did it in the airport to Eric Spoelstra once. Like, you walk like, that's Eric Spoelstra. Like, that's it.
Just exclaiming.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's my guy.
Shane Doan was there.
Very
All right,
cool.
We'll get a break in and get back to your phone calls and have some more fun ahead of tonight's, stress test. Tonight's stress test. Who's excited to, pace? Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Jeremy White here for Russell's Tree and Shrub Farm. All right, Mike Kelly of NHL Network had this one about the Sabres and Canadiens. Slot driving plays, as they call it sometimes, the house, right? Extends from the face-off dots to the posts, out to the top of the circle, like, where you'd like the slot driving plays. Game 1, 25-23 Sabres on slot driving plays. Games 2 and 3, Montreal 93-68. So to point out like what that really means, the Sabres haven't had that much fewer, right? If you just do the numbers, the Sabres had 25 in game 1, and if they had just as many in games 2 and 3, that have 50. Instead, they have 68. Montreal, well, from 23 for Montreal to 93 in the next 2 games. So even in game 1, and that's probably with Montreal getting a bunch of those in the third period as the Sabres are doing their best to just, hang on to a 4-2 lead. From a +2 in slot driving plays to a -25 in the next 2.
Oof.
So there you go.
That's important stuff right there.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
We tell you that.
They're getting quality scoring chances. Montreal looks like a buzzsaw the last 2 games, but we'll see. Game 4.
Game 4.
Game 4.
It's a big one.
I've seen it pointed out real quickly, Sal Capaccio and Matt Bovee do their conversation with Mike North, VP of the schedule guy, on their podcast, and that he had said they probably wouldn't put Mahomes in a primetime spot, and he's opening night, Monday Night Football, opening week Monday Night Football. So, sometimes maybe you got 3 or 4 schedule options, and you just kind of go with one that ends up being the one you pick. So anyway, Bills and Lions, week 2. One good note about that, I had worried about week 2 had been a very popular idea for the home opener because, get it out of the mess of week 1 and let's show the world the new palace that Buffalo built. And I had worried about that crossing over against Borderlands, which is a pretty big music festival that weekend. And Thursday Night Football perfectly avoids that.
It is the best news about it. It's unbelievable.
When I saw Thursday, I thought, okay, Borderlands Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So
let's ride.
Your weekend is clear. If you're someone that's going to that, you're not worried about the Bills game at 1, 4, or the night game. You're not worried about it Monday, trying to follow up after a 3-day music festival. I don't know how many people go to all the days, but
I'll be at all the days.
So will I. I know. You and I will be there.
Let's go.
So when it came Thursday, the first thing I texted my wife was like, all right, well, Borderlands is unaffected.
Huge.
So,
that is a good point. Didn't even think about that.
Good lineup, too, for that thing.
Great lineup this year.
Awesome.
Yep.
Very exciting.
What else? Guys, I'm going golfing today. Real golf outdoors. And I feel like you should be as happy for me as if I just told you I got a promotion or I got engaged.
I am both that and jealous.
Yes.
That's the level of, oh my goodness, congratulations.
Yeah.
It is May 12th, and it looks nice enough to golf on consecutive days.
It's going to actually turn out to be a nice day, too. It started off really cold this morning. I wore the shorts planning for the long day just later down the way. So it's going to be like 60 degrees today. It'll be perfect, I feel like, for that, and sunny.
Yeah.
Yep.
Maybe I'll go. Maybe I'll go hit some balls today too.
Yeah. There you go.
Let's see.
Get outside.
Got to get out there. Got to get out there.
Absolutely.
Nice to get outside. Good day to watch the game outside too. If you're going to a watch party or any friend's house. I mean, the forecast for tonight around game time. I thought this the last couple days. Like the series is in Montreal. When it returns back on Thursday, it won't be. Again, it's not that nice. So if we get a game 7, have you seen the forecast for what game 7 would be?
No.
Let's just say we get to game 7. Very possible.
Absolutely.
That will be Monday night. Okay. Right?
Yeah.
Tonight's 4.
Yep.
Thursday,
Saturday.
Monday.
Saturday, and then Monday, yeah.
The temperature at puck drop Monday night, 79 degrees.
Whoa.
Ooh, wow.
Welcome in summer at that point.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
Jeez.
79 degrees on Monday. The high will be 82.
That would achieve the shorts to the arena and all that there. That'd be awesome.
That is awesome. Wow.
I just hope it stays. I'm sick of this back and forth. It's messing with the sinuses, all of that. Just throwing everything off.
Yeah. I think we're most of the way there. But anyway.
Ooh. The I just mentioned earlier in the last segment that the Oilers requested to talk to Bruce Cassidy, former Vegas coach who was fired with not less than 10 games left.
Vegas said no.
And Vegas said no.
They want a draft pick. Remember, the Sabres had to give the Penguins a draft pick for Dan Bilesma.
Right.
You have to you have to give them a draft pick.
That's right.
Vegas will be like, give us a first.
Right.
Because we're going to trade it for a player. We're definitely not going to draft that.
No,
we're
they don't care about that.
No.
That's crazy.
It's crazy to talk about Game 7, by the way, just the weather and all of that. Like, I was talking to Owen earlier today, and just looking back, when we initially proposed, how do you think the series is going to go? I believe we all said 7 games. I don't remember what you said, Jeremy.
6 or 7. Yeah. I thought it'd be a long, hard-fought series.
Yeah. And we're in the thick of it, and I think it's just everyone realizing what the medicine is, So it's crazy.
I think doing a lot more work than 2-1 is the scores.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, they've been outscored 11-3.
Right.
Like, they've been dominated in a way that, when's the last time they were dominated like this in the season? Regular season. Like Lindy mentioned, the bad loss against Columbus. Like, they're just having a bad game. You throw one in, but back-to-back looking really bad, that has not happened to this team.
No.
When they got on little lulls in the midst of their incredible run since December, there'd be, you'd mix in an overtime loss or a shootout loss. They have not looked as dominated as they have the last 2 games. I can't remember. I'm sure it happened in like October, November.
Right.
But it's been a long time.
It has definitely been a long time since it's been that bleak for them.
Yeah.
And
let me pull up like their back-to-back losses. I guess they lost to Ottawa and Washington 4-1 and 6-2 at the beginning of this month. That's
right.
Like
I remember those 2 games.
Yeah.
But those
stretch
were
towards the end of the season.
Yeah,
right?
that was not like, they're falling apart. It was like they've been on a run here and they're due to lose a couple and they lost. I don't remember being furious after either of those games.
They lost 3 in a row. Anaheim, Boston, Detroit, but 2 of those were in overtime.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
They lost 2 in a row, Tampa and Pittsburgh, right before the Olympic break. One of those is in overtime. They lost 2 in a row in January, one of them in overtime. They lost 3 in a row in regulation in the start of January, 5-2, 4-1, 7-4.
All right.
That's right before the turn. That's
right.
Honestly, like the turn is December 9th.
Yeah.
The 3 games before, 5-2, 4-1, 7-4.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So
makes sense.
It's not like there's a stretch where they're outscored. Let me do the math here: 16-7, and then they turned it around with 10 consecutive wins.
Yeah.
Lose 5-1, win 3 in a row. So, like 3 straight losses in regulation hasn't happened since before they became this team.
Which is that should make you feel pretty good about tonight.
Right.
One would hope.
I would.
You
I
felt
would
pretty
think
good
so.
about Game 3, though. I think that's where
Right. That's
the
that's the
variance in
concern.
all of this is.
Right.
But-
Is that you essentially were leaning on the same thing going into Game 3, and it did not come to fruition really at all. And so here we are in Game 4. Like, well, they're normally pretty good bouncing back. I hope so. I do think that there's almost no way you see them get just boat raced again.
No.
They could lose the game, but I would be stunned if they lose by 3 or 4 or look like they're getting killed that bad. This group, we've seen it. It's a good hockey team. They're a very good hockey team. And good hockey teams can bounce back and find ways to sort of recenter themselves and get back to what they do well.
In the chat, just on the YouTube chat, just a quick comment. Sometimes we treat these like, calls or texts or tweets. Montreal beat us January 31st in a 4-2 dominant game. Montreal did, in fact, beat the Sabres 4-2 on January 31st, and Jakub Dobesh had 36 saves.
Yeah,
So,
I remember that was a crazy Dobesh game.
Might not exactly have been the dominant game you think it was.
Yeah.
Dobesh with 36 saves. And the score was Montreal scoring 3 in the third to win.
Yes.
That's right.
It was 2-1 Sabres. Montreal scores, 2 in the third. Caulfield, 4-14. Caulfield, 10-13. That doesn't strike me as they were a dominated game.
No.
Mm-mm. I totally agree. They've every game this year that these two teams have played that I can remember off the top of my head right now has been closely contested and a good hockey game, which is why it's so disappointing we've got 3 one-sided ones to start. But we'll see. I think tonight you get away from that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The Sabres in that game had 66% of the shot share. and lost 4-2.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not going to say I would take that. I would not take really any loss, but if they get 2/3 of the shot share and lose, that's the way to get to, can they find a way to win 3 in a row?
Right.
You get to, all right, just win one and see where you can go. But, whatever, win tonight. Just win tonight.
Absolutely.
Extendo Sports coming up, then the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show here on WGR. All right, wrapping things up here. Extendo Sports. Jeremy and Joe. Joe out on leave. He's back on Monday. That's the plan. And we got some pics of the baby. He sent us some cute pics.
He did.
Baby girl. Cute,
Adorable.
Cute kid. Listen, if you weren't listening to the whole show, Owen Parker and Joe Kelly took us the first hour and a half. And I got to be honest, guys, I think this worked great for everybody. And, sustainable models and such. I'll just show up at 7:30 every day. I think that's the new – you guys did great.
Thank
right?
you. Well, thank you. We're ready. We're ready. Yeah,
I'll
sounds good.
7:30.
Yeah, that's perfect. Perfect. We'll get in, we'll settle in for our shift and get us rolling, and you'll come in and just take us right over the top.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bang.
This is why I try to just harness, what would Howard have said? He would say exactly this. Like, I'll just start coming in later.
That's great. Well, thank you for letting us. It was fun to run the show for a little bit, and we had a good time. We always do.
Very much appreciated.
For sure.
Well, you guys did great. I was up listening.
It's hard not to when you got so much good stuff to talk about.
There's a lot of stuff.
There's a lot of stuff.
If this was any other year, this would be
we would have been
the Sabres
grinding. Yeah.
Oh,
listen, you're telling me your opening segment on Bill's edition, Mike Dana, wasn't gonna be quite the same.
Would have done numbers with that Mike Dana segment.
Change the game.
I had a guy, so it's a depth signing. It's fine, and we'll see. Maybe he can make a difference. Our buddy Carrington Harrison, who covers the Chiefs in Kansas City, when he saw this signing, texted me out of the blue and said, Chiefs fans do not like this player. He signed a 3-year, $8 million deal, and it just, he'd been in the Chiefs for a couple of years. He's had some experience on a winning team with them, but they expected him to do more, and he didn't, and he, fell off, and now he's at the Bills. Well, depth piece, see how it works.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
But keep your expectations. Everybody that signs post-draft should have a tempered expectation.
100%.
Yeah, we call that's the Christian Kirksey rule.
Yes.
That's a deep pull for people that remember that. Christian Kirksey was a Texans linebacker who, when the Bills added him, was celebrated by some, and he didn't make the team.
Was that Chase Claypool a little bit, or was he pre-draft edition?
Chase Claypool was pre-draft.
Gotcha.
I think that's right.
Elijah Moore was post-draft.
Yes, that's right.
Right. Yes.
Yeah, we remember that.
Yes, we do.
The all-time post-draft additions. Wonder who the best is. There's probably some good ones.
Got to be a couple of good ones.
Yeah. But
good question, though. Who?
Temper your expectations.
Yeah, for sure.
Who are the Bills going to play Week 1 on the road? Who do we want it to be? Let's. I said I've heard Vegas. I've heard Vegas.
Vegas. I could see a West Coast team. Honestly, could I see the Chargers? Maybe they play the AFC West.
The Chargers come here.
They come here. Okay,
here,
never mind them.
If it's the West, it's the Rams, and they're playing in Australia.
Yeah, that can't happen.
So it won't be them.
Yeah.
Could it be Miami? Could it be? It won't be the Jets. We know it's not the Jets. I can't imagine it's one thing on the question as we go. How marquee does the league treat Bills Patriots?
Right.
Could that be Thanksgiving night? Could that be could Bills at Packers be Thanksgiving night or be Christmas Day or something like that? The Bills have a couple really, really high profile ones. I'm eager to see how they treat Bills Patriots.
Right. Maybe Texans would fit for Week 1 away. Just kind of an average sort of matchup, but I would like that to get them early when you're healthy.
Yep.
Be good.
All right, boys. We'll talk tomorrow morning. I'll be in at 6, and that series is going to be 2-2.
Yes,
2-2. See you tomorrow, where we're talking about a 2-2 series. Hopefully.